ಟೊಪ್ಪಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? ಈ ವೇರ್ಸ್ ಟೊಪ್ಪಿ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೊಲೋನ್ ಕೊಲೋನ್ಸು
ಇದು ನೈರೋಬಿ. ಇದು ರಮಣ ಕೆಲಸ. ಇದು ರಾಮನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ರಾಮನ್ ಕೆಲಸ.
ರಾಮಣ್ಣ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇರೋಣ ಇಟ್ಟು ಓದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಟಾಪ್. Good morning, Professor Singh. Sab, good morning. I think, sir, you have to unmute your mic.
Unmute your mic. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಕ್ ಬೇಡ ಸರ್. Okay, now can you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, these are small things you always keep forgetting.
I know. I am Nataraja Karaba, one of the coordinators of this Science Week. With me, we have a Dean to greet you, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Morning and welcome, sir.
Good morning, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You can start sharing your screen so that we can see whether everything is fine.
Where do I see that? Share screen.
But ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು we start ಜರ ಏನೋ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಟಿ.
Yeah, can you see? Hello?
Yes, sir. This seems to be perfectly fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, now let me just move it a little bit. Is it okay?
Everything is fine, sir.
Oh, great.
Yes, muted.
So should we keep logged in or log out and log in again or what?
Ask him to stop sharing. Okay. First inauguration. First slide. You can later share on that. Now, am I audible?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Hello? Am I
yes,
audible, sir?
Yes,
I have
you are.
muted again.
No.
Hello?
I'm not hearing.
Sir, you can stop sharing the slides after the inauguration. Sir, it's your talk.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Rangappa, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, one and all present here. Shubha Munjane, Ellarigu. So as per the direction of postgraduate studies, I wish to announce some of the housekeeping rules. Please, if you have not already done so, turn off your mobile, any cellular devices, or place them on silent or vibration mode to avoid interruptions and feedback. Ensure that you are only accessing the symposium through one device and turn off any others to avoid feedback. We request everyone remain muted and keep their videos off unless they are called upon to present and or pose questions during the question answer sessions. Following our plenary session of the symposium, all participants will have to move into the thematic sessions to begin research presentations. Further, instructions for the thematic sessions will be provided by the faculty hosts at the beginning of each session. Please note, all research presentations will be recorded. Should for any reason you have difficulty with your internet connection and are disconnected from the symposium, please rejoin through the same Zoom meeting link. Attendance is compulsory for all the registered participants and students. So it gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all for the third day of UASB Science Week 2020 Student Symposium. And now we are beginning with the plenary session. The theme of this session is excitement in science, and the guest speaker is Dr. Meva Singh, Distinguished Professor for Life. So now I call upon our Dean Postgraduate Studies to formally welcome the gathering virtual. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Madam, please check Dr. Rajat Prasad has joined, or VC has joined, madam. Make sure, madam. Okay, yes. Okay. He has joined.
He has joined, sir.
Good morning to Dr. Meva Singh, sir.
Oh, good morning, sir. Good morning.
I'm Rajendra Prasad.
Yes.
Shall we start, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Sir, I have the great honor to invite you for this UASB Science Week 2020. It is being organized from 25th to 28th August 2020, sir. And I want, before actual this one is the session, I would like to just brief up about what is actually the Science Week and what are our activities here. And this is actually the UASB Science Week, a students symposium. This is 7th in the series. It is held annually, sir. And this is the penultimate day of a 4-day long program. Here, actually, we are into the process of harnessing the causes and effects of science, sir. And I divide this particular session on this one, the entire UASB Science Week into 3 major components. And the first component here is the students' presentations. Student presentations here, those who are graduating, the postgraduates and also the doctoral students, they will be presenting their research findings, a part of the research finding, and it will be strictly evaluated by the external speakers. And then followed by that, we have 4 concurrent sessions. We have divided the agricultural science 15 disciplines across 4 major groups: crop improvement, crop production, crop protection, and the social sciences, sir. And in this particular session, there will be nearly 100 postdoctoral, the doctoral students. They will be presenting their PhD work, and it will be the interactive deliberations, and it will also be evaluated, and also they will give the inputs and our external experts will be critical in analyzing their presentations and also what all the methodologies and everything, sir. And this is the first component. The next component, I take it as we have a startup initiation program, sir. This is the startup initiation program. Actually, we are inviting the proposals of innovative concepts. It will be showcased by our graduating and post-graduating students, and it is being held today, sir. And the third component is we are looking for the prospective effects of science. That is important. That is actually, it is executed by 3 lead talks. And the 3 lead talks are actually distributed from 25th, after inaugural session by Dr. Deepak Pental. And we had the first lead talk on 26th. That was by our Dr. Ashok Dalwai. And they will be actually, we have identified the talks or the lead speakers looking into the different facets of science. In the first day, that was the 26th, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, he actually delivered a talk on the science and the society. And he was very kind enough and he narrated how the science is responsible for societal changes over the time period. That is the first talk. And the second talk, actually, this is the excitement in science. We are eagerly waiting for the perception of another dimension of science, that is excitement, through your lead talk today, sir. And it will be followed by the talk tomorrow, that we are ready for tomorrow's talk, and where we'll be actually listening to the opportunities in scientific agriculture. Of all this, finally, we are actually harvest what will be the effect of science. We discuss on all the 3 days that actually I consider it as the prospective effects and the real effects on our young students who would be actually motivated and inspired for the action of understanding science. And understanding science is one part of it, and also the practicing science. And I consider the practicing science and the doing science is the research. And this is what actually the major theme of our US Science Week. It is UASB Science Week 2020. It is the 7th in the series, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, sir. I thank our Dean Postgraduate Studies, Dr. N. Srinivasa, for welcoming the gathering in virtual. And also he has explained the main purpose and objectives of the organization of this Science Week. Thank you, sir. Now, may I call upon our ever enthusiastic Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajendra Prasad. I also request him to deliver his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So once again, good morning to all of you. The respected the Professor for Life, Professor Meva Singh Saab. Namaste. First of all, I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation and be a part of our program. Really, when I saw your name, I was really astonished because I was there in Varanasi, where I could see in the BHU, Banaras Hindu University, a lot of professors were the life science professors. Then only I came to know that there are some life science professors in the BHU. But I didn't know that actually the moment I saw Meva Singh, I thought you are in the BHU. So that was the things. Then I asked, no, he is from Mysore only. So then I was really happy that even our Mysore University is also giving, maintaining this life science professor. So I would like to thank Dr. Srinivas and his team for inviting you as one of the speaker today on excitement in science. So here, so that our students, the young students who are completing their masters and also PhD, they should also know how they can become the lifetime professors. So you are an example so that you can inspire our young faculty and also the students, how they can start working from the day one they get into the research field with excitement, so that they can be a lifetime professors in the university or elsewhere. Of course, once you have become the scientist or the teacher, they are all professionals. They will be a lifetime professionalist. But the professionals are working in the university as a designated life professor. It is very rare, and only few people can have that pleasure and also opportunity. So among such people, you are the one, and thank you very much. So today,
thank you, sir.
As our director of the Dean PGS has clearly mentioned, what are the objectives of this program? This is really wonderful, unique program in the country itself, sir. Actually, this is the kind of things which from the US Bangalore we are doing it. The main purpose is to keep our students, in the field of the research, and encourage them, inspire them to continue in the research, and also their research should be converted into a benefit to the people. That was the main objective. And also they will be learning how to communicate the science, then how to publish the research paper. So how this technology can be taken forward by the startups, so that can be made available to our end users. So these are all the objectives of this program. Yesterday and day before yesterday, there was a good talk from one Dr. Deepak Pental, who was the Vice Chancellor for
I know him.
Yeah, you know him. And Dr. Ashok Dalwai, he was also our alumni. He was talking about the science, how the science really helped in the society, science and the society, how the society has, come up. So these are all the things which today we are really excited to, listen to your excitement in the science. So really, this is really required, because today's generation, there are some people who are excited for different innovations and the things that from the day one, they will be thinking, they will be, thinking out of the box. That is called excitement. So that way, our students, you please give some, kind of the ideas how they should become excited with the innovations of the science. So this is what actually we expect from you, sir. And there are good example, when there was an excitement in the science and how that excitement has converted into a technology and the products and the service. So there are very, very in number of the examples are there. I wish by today's your inspiring talk, our students will become excited to listen to you and become, in the science, they will be working wholeheartedly. And I wish all the graduating students, best wishes, and also thank you for accepting, and all the best, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Sir, you have already ignited the excitement among students towards science, sir. And now this is the time to invite Dr. Meva Singh. And I want to introduce him. The thing is, his achievements run into pages and pages. So very briefly, I'll be reading his biodata. Dr. Meva Singh did his master's degree at Punjab University, Chandigarh, then PhD at University of Mysore, and postdoctoral training in wildlife management at Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C. He has been a Fulbright Scholar in Residence at Bucknell University, Pennsylvania. He is visiting fellow at the Zoological Society of San Diego, USA, visiting fellow at the German Primate Center, Göttingen, and Cologne Zoo in Germany. He is summer professor in Germany, visiting lecturer in Malaysia, and a visiting professor at the Russian Academy of Sciences, Moscow. His research on ecology and behavior of wild mammals, especially of non-human primates, is field-based. He has worked in the forests of Himalayas, Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats, and Nicobar Islands. He has published more than 200 research papers in prestigious national and international journals. His edited book entitled Macaque Societies, a Model for the Study of Social Organization, is published by Cambridge University, England. He is an elected fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore, Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi, the National Academy of Sciences, India, Allahabad, and the National Academy of Psychology, India. He is twice recipient of prestigious Ramana Fellowship by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, then the J.C. Bose National Fellowship, Government of India, and presently he is SERB Distinguished Fellow. He is also the winner of Sundarlal Hora Medal in Life Sciences by the Indian National Science Academy. He was member DST Program Advisory Committee several times, and he is member of several academic bodies. He prepared for Germany in 2002 the master plan for lion-tail macaque research and conservation activities. He was the keynote speaker at International Primatological Society Congress, Nairobi. He is chief editor of a new journal, Dialogue, Science, Scientists and Society, published by the Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore. Recognizing his merit and scholarship in science, the University of Mysore has appointed him as Distinguished Professor for Life. So, I call upon Dr. Meva Singh to address our participants. Sir, more than 112 participants are waiting to get excited by your lecture. Sir, over to you.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, Vice Chancellor sir. Thank you, Dean sir. Thank you, Vijayalakshmi. And thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to talk to you all. And I hope I'll be able to deliver. And should I start with sharing screen?
Yes, yes, sir. Please.
Okay, is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, now to begin with, let me clarify a few things. A couple of days ago when my old friend Uma Shankar, by the way, Uma Shankar and Ganeshaya, I hope they're tuned in. They're my friends for more than 40 years. Since 1979, we have known each other very well. And when he called me to address the students here, GKVK, I'm a very frequent visitor, although not to the university, but to NCBS, where I'm involved in many programs. You know that we run that course MSc in wildlife biology. I'm associated with that program. So he asked me to speak about excitement in science. He knows I work in an area called animal behavior and wildlife ecology, wildlife management. All of my work is on wild animals. I would be talking about my science. I would be talking about my research, but that is not the idea. The idea is not to speak to you or to tell you about what kind of work we do. I mean, the students, please close your notebooks. You don't have to have them. Please you don't have to take any notes. So this is not a classroom talk. This is not to tell you, what kind of science is we do so that you may be asked questions about it. Nothing. This is about excitement. About 3 or 4 things I would like to talk about here is, how does it move next? Okay. See, about these 2 or 3 things I want to talk about. Number one, see, when we talk about science, everybody thinks that to do science, one has to have a degree in, science, that you have to be a BSc and then MSc and then PhD in science or something, which I would tell you that it's not necessary at all to do good science. And second thing is that when we think about science, we think that science requires very expensive equipments and heavily loaded laboratories. And I would show you how I have picked up routine things around us, something very cheap or something which actually has no cost. And we have conducted very high standard research, which has helped us to build theories, as well as it has helped us to build, to solve some very serious routine, but very serious problems related to wildlife. So this is, as I again reiterate, that this is not about my science, about what we do here, but how we do this and how excited it is. Okay, now to just begin with, let me tell that I am not a scientist in that sense. I am not a zoologist, I am not an agriculture biologist, I am not a physicist or chemist. I have my degrees in economics, English and psychology. And so many people wonder, probably I would remain the only person in all 3 science academies where somebody has become a fellow of all 3 science academies and a person never had a degree in BSc or MSc degree. I'm the only person who came from arts with economics, English and psychology degrees and entered science. I did my MA degree in psychology from Punjab University, then I went to Merit University, joined Department of Psychology, but we were doing something very exciting there. My professor there, Professor S.D. Singh, he was working on monkeys. Now, he was doing series of studies on, I don't have to talk about those studies on lobectomy, the control of behavior by different brain centers, and then different kind of rearing conditions, how if the monkeys are raised in total social isolation or peer groups or with mothers, etc., etc. He had designed several kinds of these studies, but the most interesting thing was that all these studies were being conducted in the forests of Shivalik Hills near Dehradun in the Himalayan foothills. So I was working there on these monkeys, these studies on monkeys, but since we were living in the forest, there was a bungalow in the interior of the forest. That's where 2 of us research scholars we were living, and we used to watch monkeys and conduct these studies, but we used to look at the wild animals around there, look at the trees around there. So I slowly became more and more interested in general wildlife. And then reading a lot about the different habitat types in India, I developed interest in the Western Ghats. So in 1974, I was 74, I was in Himalayas. Then I decided that I'll come to South India somewhere. I developed a contract and I came to Mysore. And I started studying monkeys in Mysore. I became a lecturer in 1977. And at psychology department, I introduced new courses called biopsychology. Now it is biological basis of behavior. And after a couple of years, we totally changed it to called animal behavior. This was the only place in the country, Mysore was the only place in the country where at MSc level in psychology, we were offering animal behavior as a full-fledged 1-year specialization. Now, since most of our research involved large number of wild animals in monkeys and later on elephants, I would show you some of those slides. So what happens is that several departments have recognized me as a PhD guide. Once again, the only person in the University of Mysore where I have been recognized as a guide in psychology, in zoology, in bioscience, and environmental science. Now, the point here is not to tell how qualified I am, but to tell you that you can come with a degree with no BSc or MSc, you can come with a simple degrees like BA and MA, but you can do science, exciting science, and get recognitions if these are any measures of recognitions. Now, what I would be talking about is one of our studies which we were doing in addition to many other studies. We were looking at monkeys in urban areas and forest areas, how they live. Something very exciting. It's like people. I mean, it's like you go to MG Road or Brigade Road and see the behavior of those people, and then you go to BR Hills or Nagarhole and Bandipur and see the behavior of some of those my friends in the tribal regions. You would see that the behavior patterns of people are very different. And the same thing with the monkeys. We were just watching the forest and urban monkeys and we found many different patterns. Something very interesting was the group size. The forest monkeys normally have some kind of a model group size, 15, 20 monkeys. But urban monkeys can have very small groups, only 10 monkeys or so, or they can have up to 100 monkeys. And the most two interesting patterns are these two, the sleeping patterns. Those who have seen monkeys in urban areas. Oh, by the way, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Is it clear? Everything is clear?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. One shouldn't simply go on and on. Okay. See, if those who have seen monkeys in urban areas, you would see that even if there are 30, 40 monkeys, all of them have a tendency that they will all come into one single tree and they will sleep there. But if you look at the forest monkeys, for example, the forest monkeys, even if there are 10 or 12 monkeys in a group, they all scatter in different trees and sleep in different trees. But when they get up in the morning, the forest monkeys, they sleep in different trees, but they all get together and they start moving as one unit in the forest. On the other hand, the urban monkeys, they all sleep in one tree, but in the morning, they get up and they get scattered and they just move in different directions. Look at totally two different behavior patterns, but they are fantastic adaptations that the forest monkeys They don't have to get crowded. There are so many trees. So even if there are few monkeys, they can sleep in different trees. But since there are lots of predators, there are leopards, there are tigers and so on, it is advantageous for them to be together. So in the morning, they simply all get together and they start moving as one unit. On the other hand, the urban monkeys, the food, you don't know, the food is not like in the forest, equally distributed. The food is hidden somewhere, lying somewhere. A monkey has to, see that a shopkeeper has gone somewhere. He monkey raids and picks up a few bananas and so on. So the monkeys don't have equally distributed food. The food is clumped. So it is not advantageous for them to move together. So the monkeys simply, some monkeys go in one direction, others go in the other direction. They are not even in visual or auditory contact with each other. So they all go in different directions, totally two different behavior patterns. And the interesting thing is the food distribution, that the food in the forest is distributed. I mean, there is more or less equally distributed. There may be a few clumps somewhere, but in the urban areas, it is not only clumped, but it's also hidden. Now, many a times, the food may be lying in some container or somewhere behind something. So these animals have to develop some kind of cognitive capacities that they have to find this food and they have to extract that food from these hidden resources. So while looking at these forest and urban monkeys, now this last thing made us very curious to know. Let us try to find out how these monkeys in urban and forest areas actually extract their food. So we designed a study. We studied a group, temple group. Those who have been to Mysore must have gone to Chamundi Hill. There is a temple. There are several groups of monkeys. There's one monkey group which is totally commensal. By commensal, we mean they are totally living with human beings, and they eat the food which is given by people. So we selected this group of monkeys from Chamundi Hill and another group of monkeys from a little bit far away from Mysore in agricultural lands where they had no exposure or very little exposure to humans. So we were studying these two groups, how they acquire food in the monkeys which are close to people and the monkeys which are far away from people. So we started conducting some simple kind of experiments. Look at the equipments, and I would show you how. I mean, those who are students probably don't know, but their teachers would know that you would see that I have written the journals here. These are not mean journals. These are journals which are quite prestigious internationally. You would see that how simple these experiments are, but how they are published in highly prestigious journals. This was a study which was published in class one student of mine. He is in US nowadays, Mother Mangalam. What we decided was that we will give something. The food is hidden, and we would give them in an equipment or in a box they are not familiar with. This is a mouse trap. It's a simple thing. What we picked up for 34 rupees is a simple mouse trap. And we put one orange in this mouse trap and we started giving this food to these monkeys, the agricultural land group and the temple group. Now, if you can see here the slide, don't bother much about it, but you can see this right hand, the temple group. They were far more successful. About 65% of the trials, they were able to get the food out of this mouse trap. But the urban monkeys, only about 35% of them were able to get the food out. So there was a difference. But then in the next trial, what we did was we gave an object which was, they were familiar, the temple monkeys. You must have seen the temple, these urban monkeys, they can turn the taps on. They would drink water by turning the taps on, but they never close because they don't know how to close them. And you can see them, we gave them this bottle. This is the Coke bottle. Very simple thing, another. We just took the Coke out, we drilled a hole. The seal is intact. The cap is intact. We drilled a hole, drained the Coke out and put some sweet lassi in it. Now we presented this to the monkeys. These temple monkeys, all of them, they would pick up this bottle, explore it, how to open it. And you see, all of them tried to explore, and more than nearly 60% were able to drink this lassi. How they did it, I will show you. But more than 60% were able to drink this lassi out of this. But on the other hand, the agricultural land group, not even one was able. So we did several trials. They tried, some of them simply ignored, other attempted, a few of them actually tried, but not even one of them in one of the trials was able to drink lassi out of this. This was a fantastic, simple observation. But what we did was, when we were just looking at it, now you look at this. This is an urban monkey. See, this is a seal which is intact. Okay. Now this monkey broke that seal with one. Now look at this. Okay. Now this monkey opened the seal. Now this monkey drank the lassi, and about 60% of them were able to drink this lassi. Now, what was most important observation in this was, you have noticed that this monkey used the left hand to open the cap. It used the teeth to open, break the seal, but it used one hand to open the cap. And what we noticed was that when we gave several trials to each monkey, that this was something very interesting, that they maintained the same hand. Some were left-handed and some were right-handed. Okay, now this experiment, as you see, it came from the behavior studies in urban and forest monkeys. Then we wanted to look at how they extract food. And now we developed interest in something totally different. I mean, is there handedness in monkeys? Just like we remember that 90% humans are right-handed. We use right hand, and some of us are left-handed. So likewise, we saw in these monkeys while opening these Coke bottles, some were right-handed, some were left-handed. But in an individual, there was a consistency that an individual who was the left-handed was left-handed, and an individual who was right-handed was right-handed. So we thought, why not conduct some experiments and study this handedness? So we forgot about urban monkeys and forest monkeys and so on. So I told the students, now look at only the urban monkeys, those who are able to open these bottles. Let us see whether there is a handedness in them. So we started designing some simple field experiments. This is nothing in the laboratory. So this was, we gave them tasks of increasing complexity. So there is a very interesting theory about handedness, that you can use either hand. Now I am drinking water, my left, I am a right-hander, but I can easily pick up this glass of water with the left hand, and I can use my right hand. But if the task is very complex, then I would be able to do it. Now, for example, putting my signature. Now I cannot use my left hand and put signature, but only right hand I can use and put the signature. So as the task becomes more and more complex, laterality increases. We start using only one hand and not the other hand. For simple tasks, we can use either hand. But if the tasks become more and more complex, we become more and more lateral, we use only one, what we call the preferred hand. So this is how we designed this experiment. Now look at this again. This is published in a very top journal called American Journal of Primatology. As I told you in the beginning about excitement in science, this is our equipment. What is this equipment? This is a wooden box with a board. On this board, we just put this mouse trap without a lid. This is the instrument manufactured by us. This is a simple box put there, this mouse trap, but it is open. So we can put the food there. It's a very simple task. A monkey goes, pick a few grapes. The monkey can put the hand in and then pick up the food. The next task was a bit more complex now, that there was this lid. Now you know that the mouse trap, the lid has a spring. So it's with the spring. So if the monkey lifts the spring now, see this task, the first one is a unimanual task. The monkey can do it with one hand. You can use left hand or you can use right hand. But B becomes a bimanual task because the monkey requires two hands to use now. Because if you lift the lid and you leave it, it will snap back. So you need to hold one lid with one hand because it is with a spring, and then you need another hand to pick up the food. So the third one, C, it is even more complex now. The monkey has to climb up. The monkey has to go on this pole, but it is open. Now monkey needs one hand to have the support and another hand to take the food. Then the fourth one is with the lid here. This box with the lid, this is the most complex task that the monkey has to climb up. Monkey needs support to hang on here. Monkey needs to open this lid. Monkey has to hold this lid, and monkey needs one hand to pick up the food. So now this is the experiment design. This is the simple one, the first one. This female, I will show you repeated video. She is a left-hander. Okay. Now she came and she picked up the food. The simple task. Okay. This is the next one where there is a spring. There is with a spring. Now look, she lifted it. Everything happens very quickly. She lifted it. She held, because she is a left-hander. She held the lid with the right hand. But finally, the food is extracted with the left hand only. She used the left hand to pick up the food. Now the next one is where the monkey has to climb. The same monkey female, she goes up there, uses the right hand for support, but she is a left-hander. She used the left hand to pick up the food. Okay, now this is the most complex one. Now the monkey has to climb up, need support, open the lid, hold the lid, pick up the food. Oh, sorry, this one remained the same. Look at this. Okay, all done. It happens very quickly, but you see the whole, we analyze, plate by plate, everything. It's a very complex task. The monkey climbs, the monkey needs the support, the monkey needs to lift the lid, hold the lid, pick up the food, extract the food. The final task is the same left hand which has been used. Now, so once we look at this now, whether it is taking the food out or opening the lid or supporting the lid or supporting the body, there was a handedness very clear. The left-handers were left-handers and the right-handers were right-handers. So the next we decided to use an experiment. Again, look at this very highly sophisticated equipment, doesn't it look? Now this is, what is it now? There is a box here. The monkey has to put the hand through one side and take the food from the bottom here. Now, if the monkey comes from this side, the front, for example, the right side, it will be easy to use left hand to pick the food because you can just put the left hand. On this side, on the left side, the monkey can pick up the food easily with the right hand. So now we are forcing the monkey to use that. On one side, you have to use your left hand, and the other side you are forced to use your right hand. Now, what will happen for the left hander and the right hander? The same thing, what would happen to us? Now, look at this now, what happens here? Okay, now, she is the same left-hander. Look at this, she is not nervous, she just picks up the food. We are only recording the time. How much time the animal takes to take the food out? In few seconds, she has taken the food out. Now, the next one. Now, look, she is nervous, looking around, finding it very difficult to pick the food because she is a left-hander. But it's only the right hand which goes in. She tries the left-hander because she is a left-hander, tries the left hand, it doesn't work. So she is forced to use the right hand. Now look at the differences in these data. Now, if the monkey is allowed to use the preferred maneuvering hand, the time taken is significantly lesser to pick up the food. Very simple. Forget about this graph and all, don't bother about this, how much are the mean values, etc., etc. Very simple. That if the monkey was allowed to use the preferred hand, the monkeys picked up the food very quickly. But if they were forced to use the non-preferred hand, they took more time. Now, this is a lot of people who study these complex things, like the use of limbs. If you have seen monkeys, these bonnet monkeys of South India and the rhesus monkey of North India also, you may have noticed that the monkeys just pick up the food. They don't immediately eat like we do. They don't ingest. They fill up their cheek pouches. You must have seen that the monkeys, go on putting the food in their cheek pouches, and the cheek pouches bulge. Then the monkey runs somewhere, sits somewhere, and starts pressing the cheek, and takes the cheek food, food from the pouch, and then eats. So we started looking: is there laterality? Is there some kind of handedness or laterality preference in usage of cheek pouch also, something which is very involuntary function? Fantastic it was. Look, those who are left-handers, they filled the left cheek pouch first. The right-handers filled the right cheek pouch, and the left-handers filled the left cheek pouch. And then emptying the second one, the left-handers emptied the first the left cheek pouch, and the right-handers emptied the right cheek pouch. It's very simple things, involuntary actions, but again got published in a very high impact journal. I mean, simple things, looking at their behavior for involuntary motor functions. Now, this was basically we were doing this work on these monkeys. Then we also started thinking whether this laterality, or using the left hand or right hand, or increasing laterality, whether it has something to do with the ecology of the animal. Now, I can't go to the details of this, the very elaborate experiment, but these are South American monkeys, not Indian monkeys. This Safar, she was a master's degree student, And I was also working at Cologne Zoo at that time. So she was a student of Dr. Commons. And this experiment was designed on these two South American monkeys in Cologne Zoo. This is the howler monkeys, which primarily use mouth to obtain food. They don't make use of hands. And capuchins are those monkeys which are always very busy using hands. They always manipulate things. They pick up things. They manipulate objects and so on. So these two monkeys, we studied one which rarely use hand and another which always use hands. Now forget about this is how the experiment was designed. You know, very complex task, simple task. You can pick up the food around you and then the food is thrown outside the wire mesh. Then the food is hanging somewhere. The food is hanging and one has to stand on the top. So it is different kind of body postures involved. More and more increasing complexity of the task, as I said before. Now, this is to begin with, howler monkeys had showed more laterality than capuchins, but that is not important. The important thing was that for simple tasks, there was a lot of difference between the two species because their feeding ecologies are different. But as the task became more and more complex, the differences between them almost disappeared. That the other species which showed little laterality in simple tasks, once the task became more and more complex, they also started showing more and more laterality. Now at this point, what we showed was, we summed up everything, showing 3 or 4 things in these experiments. One is that there's simply a division of labor in hand use. How? I mean, if somebody wants to ask a question later on, why are humans right-handed, etc. When I'm talking at the monkey level, say in animals, there is enough evidence now to show for us that there is laterality, that there is a division of labor. You can use right hand or left hand. And if you do so, it improves the hand performance. And there is a simple pre-adaptation through involuntary motor functions like cheek pouch use. And there is probably the role of ecology, how a species becomes or develops laterality. So at this point, we published this article in a very good journal called Journal of Theoretical Biology. I won't go to the details of this because there's a lot of mathematics involved in this. What we did was, we simply designed an experiment, a thought experiment. This is a robo. Okay, this robo moves in the space here. For example, robo can move right, can move left. It has to pick up objects. So to begin with, this robo is symmetrical. It can turn left, it can turn right, it can use left hand, it can use right hand. So it's simple. I mean, don't bother much about this. It can turn only 90 degrees. It is total, lateral, no asymmetry at all, like left hand and right hand. But you can see this article later on. In a symmetric system, what we are showing, this rob can get totally confused. It can go here, turn right. Go here, turn left. It can let into an infinite loop here itself. But what we have done here in this model is that we have 2 robs now. One is totally symmetrical. It always, can turn left or can turn right. Then we compare it with another rob, which at a boundary condition, what we say is boundary condition where a decision has to be made. Now it starts developing some kind of bias. Okay, either left turning or right turning. Okay, let us say left turning. So this always has a tendency, greater tendency to turn left. And also to pick up the object. It uses the left hand to pick up the object. So we go on running this model. It goes on that you go on, what happens to the one which is symmetrical, what happens which is asymmetrical. A point comes when the entire system becomes asymmetrical. So it is through this model we have shown that an organism has a much greater advantage of being asymmetrical, like that you make use of one hand more than the other. If the use of both hands were to be equal, your efficiency would drastically reduce and you would be far more efficient, which we have shown through this mathematical model. So now the point was this, forget about all these data, all these, this designing these simple experiments, but look at this, within that 1.5 years, both of these boys did these experiments. This is on the left side is Mother Mangalam. He went later to study capuchins in Brazil. This is Nisarg on the right side. He has gone to study chimpanzees in Africa. Now, these boys did these studies for 1.5 years. Look at the journals in which these would have been enough for them to get PhDs here only. These are all very highly rated journals, but all this was done through what? Simple excitement. One question leading to another question. picking up simple objects, simple boards and mouse traps, and putting them together and showing them to the monkeys, and conducting these simple experiments in the field, not maintaining the monkeys in the laboratory, and conducting these experiments, but publishing these highly rated journals. Now, this was one aspect. The second, I want to talk about a little bit about the field conditions. So this is about how, using these very simple things, we have been able to contribute to theory. Ultimately, we published in Journal of Theoretical Biology about theory of laterality. And then I want to now come to, how through simple observations and making use of very routine things, we have been able to solve some very serious problems of wildlife management. Now, here I would talk about two species in Annamalai Hills. See, those who know this, Annamalai Hills is south of Coimbatore, about 40 kilometers from the city of Pollachi. This is a place in the Western Ghats called the Annamalai Tiger Reserve. This is a very interesting place. You can see all kinds of different habitats, and there are tea plantations, there are coffee plantations, there are check dams, there are reservoirs, but it's an area which is very rich in wildlife. So this has been a bit sort of a laboratory for us for the past several decades, that we have been doing most of our studies in the Annamalai Tiger Reserve. Now I'll talk about this. This is a hill system. So you start with, for example, from a place called Aliyar. This is only about 350-400 meters from the mean sea level. This is the eastern side of the ridge of the Western Ghats. You know that most of our rain, because our South India, we get most of the rain from monsoon, and the monsoon rains are coming from Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. So the Western Ghats, the western slopes and the ridge, the top, that part gets a lot of rains, but the eastern part always remains rain shadow. So this is the eastern slopes of the Western Ghats. And you can see that these are all dry scrub jungles, what we call typical southern Indian dry tropical forest. Then you go a little bit up, you would see large stretches of deciduous forests. These are typical, Terminalia and Tectona and all these species in these large tracts of deciduous forests. And then if you go further up, you see, further up, you would see again large tracts of typical evergreen forest, what is called the rainforest. This is about up to 1,400, 1,500 meters. So you have the scrub jungles, you have the deciduous forests, and then you have the rainforests. And those who have seen Western Ghats, you go to the top, you get these what you call sholas and the extensive grasslands. So you have these typical kinds of forest habitat types, from the scrub jungles to deciduous forests to rainforests and grass hills and sholas. Now we have been working on mammals, primates basically, but also on elephants, on other mammals in these hills for several decades now. I will not talk about all of those. I'll talk only about see, this is how some of these small sholas are there inside the tea estates. So like this, there are hundreds of them. And many of them have these monkeys. This is a very rare monkey called the lion-tailed macaque, Macaca silenus. Those who know about the primate distribution in India, this is endemic to the Western Ghats. You find this only in Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu, and not throughout the Western Ghats. It's only on the western slopes and the ridge, because it requires rainforest. You would never find this animal in even the dry deciduous forests in the Western Ghats. So it is a typical rainforest, typical habitat specialist primate. But as I showed you that many of the habitats are like this, small forest fragments. So nearly 50% population of this animal is living in forest fragments now. Now I will not go to the details of these fragments, but what has happened is that in many places the highways have been built, there is a forest fragment and the canopy contiguity has gone. Now this animal is by itself, this animal is totally arboreal. Very rarely in the intact forests. If you study, for example, there are many groups in the intact forests. This animal very rarely comes down. All the time they are in their water requirements also they meet with from the trees only. So they are typically arboreal animals, almost 100% time they are in the trees. And what happens is that when the roads are built, there are these small forest fragments, and the forest becomes more and more fragmented. And like this, the monkeys have to come to the ground. Now these are arboreal monkeys. These monkeys move only through the canopy, but once they come to the ground, first of all, they are not adapted to it, and they get exposed to lot of vehicles like this. For example, you can see a dead animal. There are buses, trucks running on these highways, and through their habitats. And these animals, when they try to cross the road, run across the road, many of them simply die. And let me tell you that these animals are so few. For us conservation biologists, even one animal is very precious, because even one animal gone, it's a problem for us, because there are only about 3,500 monkeys left in the world. In the world, it's only endemic to the Western Ghats. So the total species is only less than 3,500 monkeys, and they reproduce very, very slowly. A female produces only 2 or 3 female infants in her lifetime. So the population simply cannot recover. If 1 or 2 animals also die, it can have a serious impact on the group. So these animals die. So something had to be done. We have this organization where a former student of mine works in Mysore called Nature Conservation Foundation. They have been doing a lot of work in this region. This is near a town called Valpare in Tamil Nadu. So this Nature Conservation Foundation, along with the Tamil Nadu Forest Department, thought of very simple thing, and that is, can we link the canopies? Where there is a road going, whether the canopy because these are canopy living animals, can the canopy be linked? Again, no big equipments, no highly expensive equipment, simple ladders. Picked up these simple ladders, and so this ladder is put now between the trees, on the 2 sides. These monkeys are, as I said, these monkeys are canopy living monkeys. So to begin with, these monkeys were very suspicious of this ladder. They would go there on one side, they would touch it, just go away. But after some time, they became used to it. Now the road is down, and this monkey is happily sitting and sleeping on this ladder. And you see in this now, for example, they are using the ladder and their bus is going down. So these monkeys now, because look at this, they are canopy living animals, provide them with some very simple things. Now, this is a very simple, very serious, as I have told you, this is a very routine problem, but a very serious conservation problem. Solved with very simple. What you have to do is, you just have to use some ideas. Just you have to think about it and do simple things. Not to do this, not only theoretical, but applied science. You don't have to have really, something fantastic, complicated ecological theory coming to help you. Very simple things can be highly useful. So these monkeys don't come to the ground. They make use of these ladders. So in other areas also now the better materials are available. Malaysians are using now this kind of strategy. So materials are available much better. So this experiment has shown that, look, you can solve these problems. And this is a routine science where science is being used to solve this kind of everyday problem. And since these are living in fragments, one student, Anita, for her master's dissertation, she went and simply measured all these areas and showed that only 195 hectares of land is required, and these fragments can be linked. So you can link canopies, and you can also link forest fragments by using just 195 hectares. The government has to buy this land. So if the forest can be grown in these small patches, all these so-called fragments can be linked, and the animals can, not only monkeys, there are elephants there are boars there are sambar there are barking deer, there are so many animals. So animals can move freely between the fragments if the fragments can be linked. Now the question was what to grow here to link these fragments. Another experiment done by Nature Conservation Foundation, Mysore. So these are those typical trees which can be used. All these are native trees of the Western Ghats. This is one of the most exciting experiments done in nature. This Nature Conservation Foundation, they took up a lot given by a private tea estate. This was a totally barren place like this you see in 2002. So they started planting these typical native trees of the Western Ghats. Okay, and see, this is how it became in 2005. And this is how it has become in 2015. Just in a matter of 13 years, complete rainforest is regenerated. Now, if you compare like this is the natural, right side, this is the natural forest of Panamalize, this is the restoration side. I don't see the difference between these two. So the point is now, going back, that these forest fragments can be linked, but to link with what? This experiment in nature has shown which kind of tree species should be used to link these forest fragments. And This is again, as I said, I was working at Cologne Zoo. This colleague of ours, Dr. Commons, he designed these lion-tailed monkeys of the Western Ghats are there in the zoo. So now, as I said, these monkeys are canopy living monkeys. They live always in the trees, very rarely come to the ground. So how the enclosures were designed there? There are complete trees inside. The enclosure is built not on the ground, but it is built up in the tree, very high. And both sides, in between, there is a tunnel, wire mesh. So the monkeys can from one enclosure to the another through this tunnel, which is made up of wire mesh. So they can just move between these two enclosures, and they don't have to come to the ground at all. So look at this, total canopy has been created, kind of a rainforest there in the zoo, that these monkeys won't come down. And this became a best breeding group of lion-tailed macaques in entire Europe, because the whole sort of natural environment has been created. Now I think I'll take another, Vijay Lakshmi, is okay, another 5 to 6 minutes.
Sir, yes, sir. You can take another
okay.
5
Now
minutes.
I'll just give the last example of these, the same Valpare town. For several decades now, we have been looking at elephants now. There has been a lot of elephant movement in that area. See, this area is about 200 square kilometers with tea plantations with a few forest fragments. But all around, there are forests of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, large Annamalai Tiger Reserve, and then there are Kerala, the Munnar forest, and there are a lot of forests all around. Now, these elephants have been moving around through these tea estates. And the planters always thought that these elephants are problems there, and they thought that these forest fragments are creating a problem because these elephants are coming for these forest fragments. When we started studying them, we told them that it is not the case. Look at this is the landscape. And there are a couple of herds of elephants which are moving around in this landscape most of the time. Sometimes they go to the forest, but they're always around with the people in these tea estates. Anand Kumar, a student of mine, he studied monkeys for 4 years or 5 years from 94 to 2000. 6 years he was studying monkeys. But then we decided that he should start working on elephants. He did PhD with me at University of Mysore studying these elephants. So somewhere around nearly 20 years ago, Anand started following these elephants. Now he knows all these elephants. Now there are 3 different groups. Most of these animals are individually identified. So you can imagine now for 20 years, these elephant herds have been followed in these hills. So the behavior of these elephants have been studied very thoroughly. Now look at this is the landscape. This is the mosaic landscape. There are some forest areas, some with the plantation, open tea estates with the forest areas close by. These are the rivers, streams, where there is a lot of this kind of a gallery forest. So there is a different kind of mosaic of habitats, and the elephants move through all these places. So you can see this lady is picking up the tea. The elephants are moving here. This is the road. The elephants are just behind. People are moving here on a kacha road. The elephant is just standing here, and people just curious. And this just looking at these elephants here. So this is the landscape, which needed a very thorough scientific study. So now look at this in this place, for example. If you just leave them alone, the people here, the children are playing actually this side. The people are doing their routine work. The elephants come even behind these settlements in the tea estates. The elephants simply graze around there. They eat the food and they simply go away. They don't disturb anybody. But sometimes people start behaving in very stupid ways. Now you look at this. I wouldn't do this kind of thing even in my Jeep. You look at the people going on a motorcycle. By the way, these are wild elephants. This is not a cattle herd. So look at this. I mean, if one elephant just turns behind, I mean, it can be fatal. They can just kick a person. So people do these kinds of things, and this is okay. Even more, you look at the way some people would behave. There's another 2 or 3 slides. I'm almost done. See, this is nothing happens. These elephants just cross the road. And look at what people can pass through. Look, the elephant is doing nothing. These fellows are going on a motorcycle, but look at the way the people start behaving. Now, this is purposely to irritate an elephant. The people have gone on that side. They have simply turned back just to see that the elephant is irritated. Look at these kinds of things can happen. Now, if these kinds of things happen, the elephants turn violent and they do a lot of damage. They have killed people. This is Anand Kumar, my PhD student, now Dr. Anand Kumar. And this woman was killed by the elephants. They come and damage all these different houses, colonies, etc. So the elephants, as I showed you, left to themselves, they are very calm and they're very quiet. They forage and simply go away. But once you start disturbing them like this, the elephants start behaving in very aggressive manners. Now Anand did all this law, showed a long-term study that as the density of humans increases near to elephants, the agitation behavior of the elephant also increases. And the distance to humans, as the humans are far from elephants, the agitation behavior is very little in elephants. So it's simply to show that you have to maintain distance from elephants. You don't have to have much density of people. Only few people are alone. If you do that, you are safe from elephants. And now what Anand did, again, look at this simple experiment. Many people were dying actually there. People were being killed by elephants over the years. This was a big problem. And it took us a couple of years to understand that most of the people were killed by elephants only when they were not aware that elephants are there. If the people knew that elephants are there, they would go away or choose another path in the estate or in the forest. So many of them simply didn't know the elephants were there, and they would simply bump into elephants and they'll get killed by elephants. So this experiment was very simple, just a few thousand rupees cost. One genius engineer in Coimbatore designed this. This is a lamp. This is mounted. Okay, different places in the whole Valpare Plateau now. So this is mounted up there on the poles, and this is remote controlled. And to begin with, control was with Anand Kumar or some of the colleagues in NCF. But slowly, people of that area are taking control. So the point here is that people are through mobile phone are connected. The people give a call and tell in such and such block there are elephants. So that in that particular block, through the remote control only from anywhere, from Mysore, from Bangalore, through the SMS, you send the SMS and that light gets turned on. Okay. Now immediately people are informed that look, in such and such area there are elephants. So people immediately get alerted. So these are put in several places all over the plateau, which are critical places where there is a problem. So in all those places, this mounted these alert systems have been put. So every evening, wherever the elephant herd is there, through the SMS, the light is turned on. So it is like this. That area. People know that in this area around there, in this hill, the elephants are there. So once this experiment was done, in the very first year, the number of human deaths came to zero. Not a single human, was killed by elephants. It's a problem both. When elephants kill people, people also kill elephants. It is a problem for both. So with the simple experiment now, it is indicated where the elephants are, and people simply avoid. And then a couple of years later, Anand came up with another idea. These buses which go from Coimbatore or Pollachi, the buses go to Valpare town. They go through the forest and they go through these tea estates. So this is a system which is put in the bus. So a message goes into this box in the bus. These are evening buses going in through these plantations to Valpare town, and a message gets recorded. It's an alert system is one, as I told you before, the light. This is through the voice. It gets into the box. There is a receiver here, and then you can see that there is a speaker input in the bus. So people are sitting in the bus here itself, automatically in Tamil. It is announced now, in such and such estate, in such and such block, on such and such path, there are elephants. So people get down the buses. They have to walk sometimes several kilometers to reach their colonies where they live, deep in the tea estates. So people are informed through this now automatically. The messages are recorded and informed to people in such and such blocks. There are elephants. So be careful. Now this has become so safe technique now that the people know all the time where the elephants are, either through the light alert systems or those who are traveling in the buses, they know the messages through buses, etc. I think this is the last slide I want to use. Now, going back to what I was trying to tell all this time, again, as I told you, you don't have to take notes on what I'm talking about. You don't have to look at the data sheets or the graphs or the data tables. The idea was excitement in science. What we have done here, I have not talked about. We do a lot of ecological theory. I didn't want to talk about this. As Uma Shankar told me, that what you talk about is basically exciting things. Now, this is a routine thing around us. We have never used any, big scientific equipments. We have picked up routine things around us, simple hard cardboard boxes, simple mouse traps. But did science, which has helped us build theory about laterality, for example, we have been publishing in high impact journals and looking at the routine things and trying to solve the problems which are very serious wildlife management problems through very simple routine ways. And we have been very, very successful. And this is what I call is exciting about science, that science doesn't have to be all the time that you have to give a theory of gravitation only, or you have to give a theory of relativity only. Very exciting science can be simply around you. I am a wildlife biologist. So for me, excitement has been that I can simply look through the window back from my office, whether red-vented bulbul came today or the other crested bulbul came today. I mean, the things can be biodiversity, for example. I mean, it can be so interesting that you start seeing the other kind of patterns I talk about is how you start seeing patterns around you. Why certain birds are seen only in winter? Why certain birds are seen only in summer? And you start looking around you, you can start seeing patterns in nature, and that itself is so exciting. And from those patterns, you can start looking at some very simple things which can help you build scientific theories as well as it can help you solve scientific problems. I think this is where I would stop. This is, as I told you, we don't only work monkeys, we work on several kinds of animal species. We work on elephants, we work on other large mammals, on rodents and bats and langurs, dogs, skinks, giant squirrels, even work on apes. So these are different number of people, some of them still working, some of them have got their PhDs. People come from many different places in our field sites. They get training and they get PhDs and do postdoc works and so on. So I thank them all and thank you very much for listening.
So thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now the session is open for questions and answers. Sir, you have two questions actually. First question is, how does we can manage monkey menace without harming them? Because a lot of farmers are facing this problem. Yeah.
This is a very perennial problem. We have, I am being consulted by different governments also, Himachal Pradesh government, I went there and working for different state governments and now working for the Ministry of Forest and Environment Government of India, about this problem. See, number one, I must tell you one thing. Don't use the word menace. It may be a problem. Say, monkeys might think that we are a menace. So it's not a monkey menace. It's some little bit of an interaction problem which we have with the monkeys. Most of the times these problems are created by people. See, monkeys live in a hierarchical society. You would never see that one monkey gives food to another monkey. The monkeys would snatch food from each other. Okay. Now, if somebody gives food to a monkey, in the language of monkey, the person giving the food is is a subordinate animal, and that animal must give the food. So what people do is, first people start feeding these monkeys. The monkeys get used to feeding by people, and when people don't give the food, they start raiding and they start becoming very aggressive. You would be surprised to know that there's a small movie. It took several years for National Geographic to make in Banaras. Say in Banaras, there are these rhesus monkeys. People come, particular community people, they cook food and they come and feed the monkeys. And there are these beggar children. And the children beg the food, but these people don't give the food to the children. They give the food to the monkeys. So when they give the food, the people go away. These beggar children, they pick up the sticks and stones, they chase the monkeys, and they rob the food from these monkeys. So monkeys over time have become very aggressive towards children. Now, if somebody is going for a walk in the morning with the child, the monkeys are likely to attack. Look at the genesis of the problem. The genesis of the problem lies totally somewhere else. Now people start complaining these monkeys are attacking. I go to Delhi University often, the ridge area, early morning to go to the airport, I see the rich areas, it's illegal to feed monkeys. By the way, it's illegal to feed any animal. You can't feed, even the stray animals. It's against the law. No, it's written there. Please don't feed monkeys. People, you see there, police people taking money. Now, when people go there and feed these monkeys, bribing people, the security guards or police, so many people come in cars and feed the monkeys morning. The whole day when the people don't give the food, the monkeys raid the shops and all, then they complain about it. And if you stop feeding the monkeys will simply go away. The monkeys are there in most of the places because people feed them, and then when they don't feed, the monkeys create problems. So these problems are being solved. There are a number of these things we have done, for example, about how to, rate crops. One of my students, he's just sitting right in the next chamber, writing a PhD thesis. We are working on in the long-tailed macaques in Nicobar Islands. Again, with the forest department, the same complaint. How to solve this problem? No, I don't want to get into this detail, but there are ways. There are ways to solve these problems. And the most important thing is stop feeding these animals. Any animal, for example, the stray animals. And once you stop, most of these animals will simply disappear. They will go to the places, the monkeys will go to places where the food is available to them. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You have answered our second question also. So now I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks actually. Sir, all of us felt like we moved from our respective places to the forest and we were amongst our primates. That's what we felt. And you have really infected all our, I'm very sure that you have infected our student community with enthusiasm, energy, and then excitement, sir. And hope our students will continue their research with more dedication. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad if it excites a few people.
Yeah, for sparing your valuable time with us. Thank you, sir. And I also thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor for his opening remarks. Sir, you are the motivating force behind this mega event, sir. And I sincerely thank our Dean Postgraduate Studies, Dr. N. Srinivasa, for organizing. He and his team are responsible for organizing this mega event and also for your welcome speech, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I thank all the delegates, the faculty, the dignitaries, and our student participants. And thank you one and all, sir.
Questions will be mailed to you.
Okay, thank you.
If any other questions are there in the chat box, it will be mailed to you, sir.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Anytime. You have my email, the students can write the email. Yeah. And we'll be very glad to provide answers.
Yes, sir.
So thank you so much, sir, for wonderful presentations. I could see how monkey behaves in a different situation. Of course, even we human being also behave samely when the elephant came. So that means there is no difference between the monkeys and also we being animals. We also feel like a monkey. So really wonderful because you have depicted some of the photos, real photos. Though it looks simple for us, for you it is really wonderful analysis you have made and made our our participants to learn even every step, every stage, how the science is involved, and every moment we have to get excited and do the things. So thank you very much for all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yep. Right. Okay, very lucky.
Yeah. With this, we end the close the session, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
End.
How to leverage
ಗಣೇಶ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಇದು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಹೆಡ್ ನಾರಾಯಣಗೌಡರು, ಕೆ ನಾರಾಯಣಗೌಡರು.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ 3 ದಿವಸ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ?
ಅವ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ನಾನು, ಬರೀ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನಾನು.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಮುಗೀತು ಬಿಡಿ, ಇನ್ನೇನು ಇವತ್ತು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್.
ಅವ್ರು ತಪ್ಪು ತಿಳ್ಕೊತಾರಲ್ಲ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಓಕೆ.
ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಮೇಡಮ್?
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್, ನೀವು?
ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟಿಂಗ್.
ಅದೇ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟಿಂಗ್. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಾಯ್ತು ಬಿಡ್ರಿ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ಮೆಂಟ್.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ನೋ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸರ್.
ಅವರು 3 ದಿನದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ರು, ನಾನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಮರ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಫೋಟೋ ಬರ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರ.
ನೆನ್ನೆನೂ ಇತ್ತು ಸರ್ ಫೋಟೋ, ನೀವು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ?
ನಾನು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇವತ್ತೇ ಹಾಕಿದೀವಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದೀವಿ, ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹಾಕಿದೀವಿ.
ನಾನು ಗಣೇಶ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ, ನಿಮಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ
ಸರ್? ಕೇಳ್ದೆ, ಅವ್ರು ನೀವೇ ಅಂದ್ರು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ನಾನು.
ನೆನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳೋಣ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ.
ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ವೋಟರ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲೇನು
ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ.
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್, ಅದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತೀರಿ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಅವ್ರ ಜಡ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಜಡ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜಡ್ ಆಗೋದು.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು, ಹೌದಾ?
ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ.
ಜಡ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜಡ್ ಆಗೋದು.
ಸರಿ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಿತೇಶ್ರೀ ಅವರು,
ಹೇಳಿ.
ನಾಳೆ ನೀವು ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವೀಕ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಮೇಡಮ್. 1-2 ರಿಂದ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೀವಿ. ಓಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಸಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಾನು.
ಓಕೆ
ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ 2 o'clock ಮೇಡಮ್, ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ.
ಓಕೆ
ಮೇಡಮ್. ಓಕೆ,
ಏನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಇದಾರೆ ಬಿಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು.
ಇರ್ಲಿ ಸರ್, ಅದು ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ.
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳದ್ದು. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀರಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನವರು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾಡರೇಟರ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
ಪ್ರಾಬಲಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ಮೇ ರೀಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ರಘುಪ್ರಸಾದ್.
ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಸರ್.
ಸರಿ ಸರ್, ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ರಘುಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ? ನೀವ್ ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ಇದು ಇಂತ ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ?
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್,
ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇನೆ. ವಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಘುಪ್ರಸಾದ್.
Dr. Usha, good morning. Nataraj here.
Good morning sir.
Yeah, I am here as well as in the other session, parallel session.
Yeah, thank you.
Today you can try to give a break if you wish to after a third presentation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. ನಾನು ನೋಡ ಸರ್, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಫಾಲೋ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆ AC ಇಲ್ವಂತ? ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಅವ್ರ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಸೂಪರಿಂಟೆ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಅವಸರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು, ಬಿಲ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಿಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ನಾ ಬಿಲ್ ಸೋಮವಾರ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ನಾಳೆ ಚೆಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಈಗ ನಾಳೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಮಂಡೇನೇ ಸಿಗೋದು ಬಿಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ಮೈಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
ಓಕೆ
ಚೆಕ್ ನಮಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ. ರಘು, ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗನ ಪ್ರಿಪರೇಷನ್?
ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಿಪರೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾ ಟೀ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಟೀನೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಹೌದಾ? ಮತ್ ನೀವು ಬೇಡ ಅಂದ್ರಂತೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ದಾಗ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಬೇಡ ಅಂದಿದ್ದು?
ನಮಗೂ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀರಿ ಸರ್?
ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು.
ನಿಮ್ಗೆ
ಅವಾಗ ಟೀ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಸರ್.
HOD ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಟೀ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಬಂದ್ರು ನಾನಂತೂ ಟೀ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಪ್ಪ. ನಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ತರಿಸಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾರ ನನಗೆ. ನಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಿಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್.
ಮೈ ಗಾಡ್, ಬಂದ್ರೆ
ಗಣೇಶ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ರೂಮ್ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿದೆ ನನಗೆ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ.
ನೀವ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ನಾಕ್ಸ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಟೀ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿತ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಳ್ಸಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಸಾರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಅದಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ.
ಇದು ಎಂತ ಕತೆ ಇದು? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೆಬ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ ರೂಮಿಗೆ ಬರಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು?
ನಾವ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು.
ಬನ್ನಿ, ಈಗ್ಲೂ ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಬರ್ತೀವಿ, 11 ಗಂಟೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು? ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ.
ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಸರ್.
ಲಂಚ್
ಆಯ್ತು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ.
ಮಾಡರೇಟರ್ ನಿಮ್ ಕೆಲ್ಸನ ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಇದ್ ಮಾಡೋದು.
ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್, ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್, ಕೊಡೋಣ. ಅದಕ್ಕೇನು, ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಲೇಟಾ? ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಲೇಟಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Waiting for some more participants to join.
Eagerly waiting.
Yes sir. All the 3 experts.
Just a minute, I will check it, madam.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. It is corrected now. So sorry, sir. It was a mistake.
Yeah, thank you, Ganesh Murthy.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now it is more appropriate.
Let us wait for some more participants to join. 40 have joined. Let's wait at 50. So,
another 2-3 minutes, sir.
2-3 minutes it should wait.
ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಆಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಔಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಮೇಡಮ್.
Both all the 3 experts are there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all the 3 are there.
It shows also there.
Shivalila madam, Anand sir.
Good morning.
Good morning sir. Good morning. Shivalila madam.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning madam. ಸಾರಿ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಂದ್ ದಿವಸನೂ ಟೀ ಕೊಡ್ಸಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ನಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಸಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ನಾವು.
No problem.
ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಇರೋದು.
ಓಕೆ, ತೋರ್ಸೋಣ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲೇನು. ನಿಮಗ್ ತೋರ್ಸೋಣ, ಸರ್ಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತೋರ್ಸ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಅದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ತೋರ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ. ಸಂಗಮೇಶ್, ಓಕೆ, ಸಂಗಮೇಶ್, ಸಂಕೇತ್, ಸ್ನೇಹಲ್, ಶಿವಾನಿ, ಉದಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಶಾ. We can start, I think.
One second. Good morning, everyone. Let us start our sessions today, the third day session. Welcome to all of you. So first, this is the third day and so session on social sciences and others. And before getting into the session, a simple request. I request all the participants to keep your audio muted all the time. Direct queries to the presenter is not allowed. And whatever the queries come to your mind, that you can please use the chat box to enter it. And all the questions will be answered either in the session itself or in the chat window. So I request the presenters today to answer the queries raised. After the session is over, please look into the chat box and answer the leftover queries which is not answered through the direct session. So I request once again the presenters to take care of all the questions, either directly in the session or after the session is over. So remaining questions will be answered by the presenters. So this is the Zoom ID and password to join, and the coverage is given in the website, the department website. And it's streaming also is today's streaming link is this one. And with this, I welcome our coordinator, Dr. Usharavindra Madam, to welcome the audience and start the session, please.
Thank you, Ganesh Murthy. So after hearing excitement in science, it was a very wonderful session in the morning. As our Vice Chancellor expressed, it was very interesting. So now I think we are ready to listen and see the presentations of our students, young scientists. who have done wonderful contribution in their PhD research. So for third day's presentation, I wholeheartedly welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajendra Prasad sir. I welcome our Dean PGS, Dr. Srinivas sir, who is a organizer of this program. And I also wholeheartedly welcome our Dean Agri, Dr. Savitrama Madam, for the program. And I welcome all the three experts, Dr. Anand, Dr. Shivalila, and Dr. Niteshri Madam, for the session. So I take this opportunity to welcome division heads, Dr. Neena Joshi Madam, Dr. Umesh, and Dr. Naran Gowda sir. And also I welcome HODs, Dr. B. Krishnamurthy, Dr. M.L. Revana, Dr. Venkatramana. And a special welcome to all the presenters and Dr. Nataraj Karba. And warm welcome to the faculties and all the participants who are attending this virtual symposia from nook and corner of the country. A warm welcome and best wishes to the presenters.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah.
Today we are having the 6 presenters. 6 presentations are there, starting with Sangamesh and Sanket, Snegalagiri, Shivani Dechama, Uday Kumar, and then finally Asha. So I welcome all the presenters to the session, and I welcome the experts also to be with us throughout the session. And I welcome all the participants.
Little bit louder, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So I welcome all of you to the session. We will get into the session now. So now I request Sangamesh Chandrasekhar from the Department of Agriculture Economics to deliver his presentation on the paper he has done. The paper title is Nature and Recent Trend of Labor Migration in Study Area of Karnataka. Sangamesh, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm present.
Okay, you can share your screen.
Yes.
Are you able to share?
Yes, no, sir.
Okay, just a minute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you can share now.
Yes. Visible, sir?
Okay, it is coming. You can get into the slideshow.
Yes.
Yeah, it's perfectly okay. So now we can start your presentation. I welcome you and all the participants.
Good morning, respected teachers and my dear friends.
Be louder, Sangamesh.
Yes,
Come
sir.
closer to the mic.
Good morning, respected teachers and my dear friends. Welcome to Science Week UASB 2020. My research paper on nature and recent trend of labor migration in study area of the Karnataka. This is a part of first objective. This is the advisory committee. My major advisor is Dr. Murtuza Khan.
Okay.
So the flow of my presentation is like this: introduction, study area, methodology, result and discussion, finally conclusion. I'm going to deal one by one, starting with introduction. Migration in India is like many developing countries has an experience in a rapid demographic transition during the last half of the 20th century. India has got the largest youngest population with almost 60% of its population with an average age group of 15 to 59 age group. And further, India is the 7th largest country in terms of geographical area, and also in the 2nd most populous country in the world, with almost it reaches the 1.3 billion population. So the migration is any character features like any growing economy. So it results from the surplus labor forces that moving towards the scarcity regions for the searching of any job or employment opportunity to get a better living conditions. So the migration is very important in order to understand the changes in social life, social interaction, social group, cultural obligations and duties, the new expectations and problem adjustment at the new place, that is in case of destination place. So many other social economic changes and for the overcoming and problem attached with the process of the migrations. This phenomenon, the labor migration, is become a universal and dynamic process. So this recent development has undergone the number of socio-economic changes that has resulted the large scale of migrations. With the 1.3 population, 1.3 billion population in India, with accounts the almost 45.36 crore of the internal migrants as per the census of 2011. Where in case of census 2001, it is stood at 31.45 crores. With respect to the Karnataka, as per the census of 2011, with the population in Karnataka is 6.1 crore population, with of that 50.7% of male, where then 49.3% were female. Out of that, where the 2.5 crore population were the internal migrants, where the India is the top most source for the international migrant, with the one of the 20 in migrants worldwide born in India. As of 2015, 15.6 million people were born in India, were living in other countries. This is the hotspot migrations in India. So this is this in India. This is the red color shows this is the where the majority of the people where they are coming, the migrants, like in states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, and some part of the Orissa. They are the population where they are moving from some other sources. There is a more labor. There are more labor, surplus labor in their area. They are not getting the sufficient opportunity to do the employment. They are moving towards the some other hubs like metropolitan cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, where the circle, I have shown the 4 circles. These circles shows these are the some cities where the peoples are migrations to urban, mainly to work the construction sites and brick lanes for the rural harvesting. One of that is showing the Karnataka also in 4 below, that is covering the Raichur, Yadgir, and some of the other Ballari districts. With respect to the Bangalore alone city, where the 67.55%, where the population is come across from the different districts in Karnataka. Apart from that, where the 8.96% of the population from the Andhra Pradesh, and where in that followed by the Tamil Nadu 8.16%, and different parts of the population were coming to work there in Bangalore. It is a hub where they get the major working opportunity. Coming to the objective of my study, I have taken the part of the first objective, that is to identify the nature and labor of migration in rainfed and irrigated situations. I have taken the study area in Karnataka. In that, firstly I have selected the 2 districts, Raichur and Yadgir districts, and both the districts having the command area as well as irrigation condition as well as rainfed conditions. Even though this much facility, they are majority of the populations were migrating towards the urban cities to get employment, get to the work. In first stage, I have selected the 2 districts, and in second stage, I have selected in each district 2 taluks, which one under predominantly canal irrigation condition, and second one is completely rain-fed irrigations. And next stage, in each village, in each taluk, 2 villages will be selected. In each taluk, 15 farmers and 10 laborers and 10 labor migrated. So total sample size is 280. So I have use the methodology like multiple linear regression, mainly to assess what are the factors that influencing the migrations. This is the dependent variable is the number of the persons migrated per family. The independent variable like wage rate, size of the land holding, family size, education, indebtedness, and distance of the migration and error term. Coming to the results, where this is the profile of migrants in Karnataka by place of birth. It has taken from the census 2001 and census 2011. Where in case of total migration has decadal growth of 15.6% as compared to the 2001. Where in case of total percent of migration has decadal growth rate of 59.79%. Out of that, where the male growth rate is 79.31% and female is 49.57%. There are different form of migration, that is intra-district, intra-district, interstate, and from abroad. Among these four, the highest decadal growth was found in case of inter-district, that is 68.53, where in case of population, where in the census of 2001 and 2000 census, the major population were found in case of that is in case of intra-district, that is in case of 2001, that is 58.9%, and where in case of in case of 2011, that is 57.46, that followed by the intra-districts. Coming to the profile of migrants in Raichur and Yadgir districts of Karnataka. So I have calculated only for the Raichur district. So Yadgir earlier, Yadgir district is a part of Gulbarga. So I have data got that one from both. It includes Yadgir as well as Raichur. So I have done the growth rate for the only Raichur districts. So the total migrants were that is in case of Raichur, that is 1,70,618 with a decadal growth of 65.88%. In case of rural, that is 94% of the growth in case of rural, where in case of urban 151%, where in case of Yadgir district, in as per the census of 2011, there is a total migrants were 95,613, where in case of rural, that is 70.19%, where in case of urban 29.81%. Coming to the land holding pattern in Raichur and Yadgir region, see, this is also one of the factors that influencing the migration. So you see, in case of Raichur and Yadgir districts, over the year, it shows the number of marginal and small farmers are increases. That is where more than 66% of the farmers, marginal and small farmers in case of Raichur, where in case of 69% of the farmers were small and marginal farmers in Yadgir districts. In both the cases, large farmers are going to decreases in both the cases, Raichur and Yadgir. Wherein coming to the migration pattern of the labor respondents in study area. So I have classified based on the direction of the movement, based on the spatial dimension, and the based on the duration of the migration. So I have I have collected the samples from the both irrigated and rain-fed conditions at the labor migration at the destination places. Based on the direction of the movement, the highest number of the migrants were they are migrated from rural to urban with 80% in case of rain-fed, where in case of 65% in case of rural to urban migration, where in case of least migration found in urban to rural, that is 2.5%, where in case of irrigated, where in case of 5% in case of rain-fed condition. With respect to the based on the spatial dimension, the maximum number of the migrants were inter-district migrants, that is 85%. In case of irrigated, that is 77.5%. Based on the duration of the migration, majority of them are the permanent migration, that is 62.5% in case of rain-fed, that followed by the seasonal migration, that is 32.5% in case of rain-fed conditions, where in case of irrigated condition, 57.5% of the migrants were permanent migration, that followed by the 27.5% are seasonal migrations. Coming to the what are the factors that influence the migration of the laborers? I am using the multiple linear regressions. Here, the result shows that where the wage rate, size of the land holding, these are the some of the independent variables. Dependent variable like number of person migrated per household. The result shows that where the wage rate, size of the land holding, family size, and indebtedness, these are the significantly influencing the number of the migrated per household, where the wage rate and indebtedness are significant at 1%, where in case of size of the land holding and the family size, which are significant at the 5%. As wage rate has increased the 1 rupees, there will be decreased the 1.4% migrations, where in case of indebtedness, there is an increase in 1,000 rupees indebtedness. There is an increase of the migration by 7.8%, where in case of size of the land holding, is one increase in a 1 acre of the land holding, there will be a reduction of the migration by 7.1%. Where in case of family size, there is a one number of member family increases, there is a increase of migration by 2.3.
Okay, another 3 minutes. Is it audible?
Yeah.
Another 3 minutes. Okay.
The adjusted R square shows that 73% of the dependent variable which is explained by these variables. Some of the push and pull factors for the migrations. Some of the push factors like in case of irrigation during the unemployment during the off season, which has highest score of that is 74.03 with score with the rank of the first, that followed by the due to the in-depthness they are the moving towards other city. This is the second highest score, that is 72.16 in case of irrigated condition, where in case of rain-fed due to in-depthness, that is the in-depthness, this is the which got the highest score, that is 71.06, which stands the first rank, that followed by the unemployment during the off season, that stands the second ranks. Some of the other pull factors like they maybe get the higher wage due to the wage differentiation in destination places, which stands the first rank with a score of 64.1%, that followed by the to get the good employment opportunity. This is another pull factor, that is which a score of 61.2%, which stands the second rank. In case of rain-fed conditions, with also same thing, that is due to wage differential in it may be higher wages, which stands the first rank, that is 66.65%, which stands the first rank, that followed by the to get a higher regular and higher wages in case of which stands the second, that is 63.37 score, which stands the second rank. Coming to the conclusion of my study, majority of them were the intra-district migrants with the highest decadal growth rate were found in intra-district migrants with the 8.53%. As I explained, there are more than 60% of the population where possess the marginal and small land holding. This also one of the reasons to migrate from source to destinations. Some of the factors to migrate, like poor economic condition of the family, unemployment during the off season, and in-depthness. And these are some factors. The purpose of to migrate is to get a higher wages and to get a good employment opportunity. And there is a need to develop a village like level plans for the proper utilization of resource, manpower in each village, and proper engagement of laborers in village during the lean season. So laborers and small and marginal farmers who had good educational background can be motivated and trained to start the agro industry with financial support from nationalized banks to reduce the migration from rural to urban and inter-district migrations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanmesh.
Yes.
Now the paper is open for deliberations. I request experts to deliberate first, then we can take up the questions. Already we have received around 5-6 questions in the chat box. Okay? Okay, sir.
Thank you, Sangamesh.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sangamesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The presentation is good, but you have taken more time. So in your title,
yes,
you have not mentioned the specific area of your study.
Yes, sir.
Your title.
Sir.
You should mention the specific place,
yes, sir,
or area you have taken.
Yes, sir.
And then the impact of migration on production or income, but you have not deliberated more on this.
Yes, sir. I have
impact of migration on production or income.
Yes, sir. I have done in work, sir, in second objective. I have done that work in second objective.
But you have make the deliberations only on the migration trend.
Yes, sir.
So, and then the interstate migration is, and then the inter-district migration, almost they are same.
Huh, sir.
60%, 68%.
Yes, sir.
So this, what is the comment you can give interstate and inter-district? Why this much is there?
What? Pardon?
Interstate and inter-district.
Sir, interstate is very less, sir.
Please loudly.
Sir, interstate is very less, sir, as compared to interstate is very less, sir, as compared to the intra-district and inter-district, sir. Interstate is around it has decadal growth 60%, but as compared to the total population, it is around 13% of the total population is interstate, sir. But in recent trend, it is growth. The growth rate, decadal growth is 60%, sir, 60.1%, as compared to the 2001 census.
And then you have also mentioned the from abroad it is migration.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sir, the total total 6.64 crore population. Among that, 71,715 population are migrating to the abroad, sir.
From our country to abroad. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then this you have used this push and pull the factors the distribution.
Yes, sir.
So in this the factors which are mentioned in the push and pull the how you will correlate with these two. For example, unemployment one side,
yes, sir.
Employment in another side.
Sir? Employment one side, another side?
Unemployment. In push factor, you mentioned unemployment.
Yes, sir.
Pull factor, it is employment.
Yes, sir. One is.
So how they will go with you have any integrations? Correlation or integration?
No, sir.
You are not done.
Yes.
Between these two, pull and push factors.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Rangamesh.
Yes, ma'am.
You might not have studied this as an objective, but I wanted, now you have seen reverse migration because of Corona.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Being an economics student, you have studied economics of migration, isn't it now, from these respondents?
Yeah,
so what will be the effect of this reverse migration now? What problems or how it will affect our economy or the families themselves?
Yeah, ma'am. See, the majority of the family worker migrants, we know that there are underdeveloped states like Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand. They are majorly depends on remittance. They have received in.
No, I'm not asking about that. The reverse migration of these in your study area, like Yadgir and Raichur, the people who had migrated out might have gone back now, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So what will be the effect there now? Because you have experience there, according in your view, what will be the experience? What will be the effect there? I'm asking specifically, not in general.
Yeah, ma'am. They face the employment. There is no employment opportunity in particular area because of there is no industrial area and their land holding is also less than in both Raichur and in Raichur and Yadgir district as compared is with respect to the rain-fed area, ma'am. They will face the crisis after the pandemic of COVID, ma'am. There is a need to improve the government, like they should provide the employment in MG Narega that may help to increase the scope of work under the MG Narega scheme, ma'am. After the pandemic, government of India has released the 11,002 crores for the state disaster response fund, ma'am, for introducing the MG Narega, ma'am, for a successful for reducing the rural out migration to improve the living migration living of the migrant labor that may help to improve their living condition and employment opportunity and strengthening the non-farm sector. That will also help to create the employment opportunity in that particular area, madam.
Okay, do you feel those people now who have gone back after this crisis, they will come back or they'll stay there?
Yeah, ma'am. I think they will come back maybe after 2 to 3 months, ma'am. Now they are lightly coming because they're also not getting the sufficient employment opportunity, ma'am.
Okay. You had collected your data before Corona, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes,
First is I think the title need to be changed.
Yeah.
You can't use it as Karnataka and India because you specifically worked in 2 states. You can say 2 districts, which can say as comparative study,
Yes, ma'am.
irrigated and non-irrigated. Then coming to the other point, when you speak about economics, have you adopted any standard scale for that? Under your questionnaire, like ISEC has developed for all India. If you have adopted that, then that should be quoted. There is a standard, questionnaire format to be implemented to assess the economic status.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then coming to income, of course, impact has to be studied. That could be the next study because you had worked before the Corona.
Yes, madam.
Then coming to migration,
Yes, ma'am.
what is the percentage of migration for the sake of higher education from that place? And are they specifically for agriculture or any other field? Have you got that information?
In my sample, such has not that many.
Okay. Okay. But anyway, you can propose it under your future plan of work also. Whoever takes it up, that could be ideal.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, madam. Let us take up the question from the chat box now. Sangmesh, can you see the slide now, which is being shared? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I think nearly 3 questions on about the recent happenings and the reverse migration. So you have answered half of the question already.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll just take up the second issue, that is natural disasters like floods and frequent droughts in Karnataka are not major factors for migration. What do you say about that?
This is also one of the reason in particular area, madam. As where in case of Raichur and Yadgir district, there is a drought in every 3 years or 5 years. There is a drought is happening in particular Yadgir district. This is also one of the reasons.
Okay.
Coming to the next question, what are the regions from which the migrants are coming to Karnataka? What is their purpose for migration?
From which country migrants there are in Karnataka?
Yeah.
Which parts or which country? Usually, which region they come from? And what is the purpose to be served?
Table 1. Just go to table 1 so that you will get a basic information there. Then you can answer this question.
Okay, if you want, you can share it.
Yeah. With respect to Karnataka or what?
The question is from which country migrants are coming to Karnataka and what is the purpose served for them? What purpose they are coming? Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, which region from which they are coming and what is the purpose it is served for them? What purpose they are coming?
Majorly for Bangalore is a hub for the migrants. In the IT/BT sector also. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
The IT/BT sector are major of them from North Karnataka. North India. They are also coming and they are also staying because of the IT sector. And some other parts of the India, they are also coming like for the construction work, metro work.
Mostly construction purpose.
Yeah. Coming to next question, there are 2 suggestions actually.
One is comparative dynamics of labor migration in rain-fed and irrigated belts of northeastern Karnataka, and economic analysis. So that sounds better, it seems.
Yeah.
And one more is determinants of migration may also be used. Okay, you can take into account of these two suggestions given by one of the faculty members. Okay.
Okay, with this we can close complete this presentation. We will move on to the next presentation by Mr. Sanket from Department of Agriculture Extension. He is going to present his paper on entrepreneurial behavior among agriculture students of farm universities in Karnataka. Sanket, you can share your screen now.
Yes, sir.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah.
Audible.
Shall I start, sir?
Yeah,
Yes,
please.
yes, yes.
You share your screen. Have you shared?
Yes, sir. I shared, sir.
Okay.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, now it's coming. Yeah.
Very good morning to respected teachers, friends, and other participants. I welcome you all for my PG Science Week presentation on entrepreneurial behavior among agriculture students of farm universities in Karnataka. I would like to begin the presentation with the lines by Richard Branson, who is the founder and the chairman of Foraging Group. Entrepreneurship isn't just a label; it's a lifestyle. It means we have to take entrepreneurship as our lifestyle, not for the sake of labeling. Coming to the outline of presentation, it goes like introduction, objective of the study, operational definition, methodology, results, and finally the conclusion. Coming to the introduction, we know the world has in the population of 7.8 billion. Out of that, 18% of the population were youths, that is the age of 15 to 24 years. And one more thing, that is the global unemployment rate. Out of the 18%, the youth, 13% of the youths were unemployed. This data was taken from the World Bank data, and the figure at the end of the slide showing that that's an inverted pyramid. Here they're showing the enrollments, dropouts, and the education level. In major, the end of the figure showing that 20 million students in the world are getting out of the graduate without any proper skills. These contribute to the major to the unemployment, because without any proper skill, any public sector or private sector, they will not get the jobs at all. So they will become major contribution for the unemployment. With coming to the Indian scenario, India ranks second highest populated country in the world with a population of 1.32 billion, after the China. But out of that population, more than 65% of the population were below 35 age. So India is considered as the youngest nation in the world. And out of the total population, 7.8% was the unemployment rate. That's in February 2020. It has risen up to the higher rate after the incidence of COVID. To support this fact, the Labour Ministry in the 2014 also mentioned that increase in the education level increases the unemployment among the engaged groups in India. Hence, by knowing all these factors, it's showing that for rapid development of any nation or an economy, employment is also one of the factors, so that the economy of the nation has improved. In the verge of globalization, privatization, and commercialization, entrepreneurship development is also one of the way for overcoming this unemployment among the graduates. Even in agriculture sector, for agriculture development, the agriculture graduates plays a vital role. For this development of these agriculture graduates, the farm universities will play a major role. But the factor that for all the graduates of agriculture, it cannot possible to provide job opportunities in public sector and private sector. So hence there is a need to inculcate the entrepreneurial behavior and to develop the skills among the graduates to become self-employed and to earn their livelihood and to develop the rural economy. For this, the ICR and state agriculture universities have striving hard to build in confidence among the agriculture graduates to prepare their mindset to become entrepreneurs. In spite of all these efforts, only few students are showing an interest towards an entrepreneur to become an entrepreneur. to become. Hence, there is a need to study an entrepreneurial behavior among the agriculture students of farm universities in Karnataka, farm universities, so that we know what is the standard of where the actually the student stands in the entrepreneurial behavior, and what is need to be done to promote the to make an students to make an entrepreneurs. With this brief background, the study has conceptualized into the actually 5 objectives. Among the out of 5 objectives, I taken as one objective for this paper, that is to study the entrepreneurial behavior among agriculture students of farm universities. Coming to the operational definition, entrepreneurial behavior is operationalized as combination of various socio-psychological, cognitive, and affective domains like innovativeness, risk-taking ability, achievement motivation, decision-making ability, leadership ability, management orientation, and goal-setting ability, which in turn determines agriculture student to accept entrepreneurship as a career option. Coming to the methodology, ex post facto research design was employed for this study. The study was conducted in 4 agriculture farm universities, 4 agriculture universities of Karnataka, that is US Bangalore, US Dharwad, US Raichur, and University of Agriculture and Horticulture Sciences, Shimoga. This, from each university, 1 agriculture college was selected. From each 1 agriculture college, 50 final year agriculture students were selected. Thus, the total sample size was 200 for this study. The data was collected both from online and offline and online method. As per US Bangalore, personal interview method was employed, whereas in case of other universities like US Dharwad, Raichur, and Shimoga, offline data collection through Google form was made due to the physical distance and incidence of COVID-19 during the data collection. The collected data was analyzed using the appropriate statistical tools. Coming to the results, the table 1 indicating the overall entrepreneurial behavior among the agriculture students of farm universities. Here, the table 1 indicates the overall entrepreneurial behavior. Here, the nearly 40% of the students belong to the low level of entrepreneurial behavior, followed by 36% of the students were medium, and 25.5% belong to the high level of entrepreneurial behavior. Coming to the table 2 indicating that is entrepreneurial behavior among agriculture students of farm universities in Karnataka. This table showing the differences among the 4 farm universities with respect to the entrepreneurial behavior. Here, with respect to the US Bangalore, there is more than 1/3 of the respondents belong to the medium level of entrepreneurial behavior, whereas US Dharwad, 36% of each of the respondents belong to the medium and low level of entrepreneurial behavior. Whereas with respect to the Raichur and Shimoga, more than 40% of the respondents belong to the low level of entrepreneurial behavior category, followed by medium and high. Coming to the table 3, that is dimension-wise analysis of entrepreneurial behavior among the agriculture students. Here, the 7 dimensions were made as taken under the entrepreneurial behavior, that is innovativeness, risk-taking ability, achievement motivation, decision-making ability, leadership ability, management orientation, and goal-setting ability. Coming to the innovativeness, more than 40% of the students, that is 43.50% of the students belong to high level of innovativeness, followed by 29.50 were medium, and 27% were the low level of innovativeness. With respect to the risk-taking ability, nearly half of the respondents were the low level of risk-taking, belong to the low level of risk-taking ability, followed by medium and high. With regard to the achievement motivation, that is 41% of the respondents were having high level of achievement motivation. And regard to the decision-making ability, more than half of the respondents, that is 52.50 respondents belong to low level of decision-making ability, followed by medium, that is 33.50. And high, that is 14% of the respondents belong to high level of decision-making ability. With respect to the leadership ability, that is 46% of the respondents belong to medium level of leadership ability, followed by low and high. Coming to the management orientation, more than 40% of the respondents belong to medium level of management orientation. And with regard to the goal-setting ability, nearly 40% of the students belong to low level of goal-setting ability. Coming to the table 4, here I took an objective as only for entrepreneurial behavior, but in this study I taken the second dependent variable as readiness. So I am mentioning that table also here, that is overall readiness of agriculture students among the agriculture students of universities. Here, nearly more than 40%, that is 41.50% of the respondents belong to low level of readiness, followed by 37.50 were medium, and 21% of the respondents were belong to high level of readiness category. Coming to the table 5, that is extent of contribution of independent variables towards entrepreneurial behavior among agriculture students of farm cities. Here, 15 variables togetherly contributed to the 79.90% to the entrepreneurial behavior, whereas cosmopoliteness and career aspiration were contributed highly significantly contributed to the entrepreneurial behavior at 1% level, followed by information seeking behavior, perception, and technical orientation were contributed to the at 5% of significance level. Other variables like gender, caste, locality, family size, family type, academic performance, parents' education level, family and annual income, parents' occupation, and scientific orientation were non-significantly contributed to the entrepreneurial behavior. Coming to the table 6, that is constraints faced by agriculture students in opting future career. Here, the 12 constraints were listed. Among the initial financial hurdles to start an enterprise, stand first with a percentage of 94.50 respondents who feel that it's a major constraint, followed by lack of business orientation during their graduation stands second, and third, lack of business communication skills stands third. And the final last rank was going to inadequate marketing facilities for entrepreneurship stands last. Coming to the final table, that is expectation of agriculture students in accepting entrepreneurship as a career option. Here, more practical knowledge need to be given to the students rather than theoretical knowledge. Stand first with 92% of the respondents feel it's a major expectation of the respondents, followed by easy accessibility of financial help from the financial institutions for the young entrepreneurs stands second. Next, regular update of new information regarding the entrepreneurship policies, programs, schemes, and incubation facilities available stands third. And still more skill-oriented or base training should be organized in every semester apart from the curriculum stands fourth. These are the major expectations of the agriculture students in accepting entrepreneurship as a career options. Coming to the conclusion, we know nearly 40% of the students were belong to low level, and more than 40% more than 40% of the respondents were not having enough preparedness to take an entrepreneurship as their future career option. By looking to explore the current opportunities in the study, we have the entrepreneurship, current opportunity of entrepreneurship. The students of the agriculture should be aggressively motivated to become an entrepreneur. And by incorporating more entrepreneurship development and management course with a business orientation in the curriculum, and also the establishing of incubation centers at each university level, promote the students to become an entrepreneur. And also by organizing more exposure visit, experience sharing by the successful entrepreneurs, and access to the startup funds to attract more students towards entrepreneurship will all help the agriculture students to become to make an students to an entrepreneur and choose their career option as an entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sanket. Now the presentation is open for deliberation. I invite the experts to give your opinion, please.
Hello, sir. Shivlila.
Yes, madam.
Okay, madam.
Yeah, it's a very, very valid topic for the current situation, because it is better to promote youth for their own entrepreneurship. Here, I have few questions.
Yes,
like the data collection, was it pooled together, or was there any identified male, female?
I'm actually pulled together. After the responses came, we divided how much in that, how much male and how much female I divided.
Yeah, but what was the expression? That means there should be some expressional differences between male and female also.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And which year students were mainly taken up here? Final year degree?
Final year BSc, madam.
BSc, not post graduation.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the reason for variation? Of course, you have explained in the last conclusion.
Yes, ma'am.
When it comes to financial support, actually Government of India has been extending this kind of support, but with all that fight, and entrepreneurship has not got motivated. There is financial support, there is entrepreneurship training facilities, the incubation facilities. On UAS Bangalore itself, you have an incubation facility.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, for all, for production of seed, for marketing of seed, right from there until the end, product. Then if with all that, why then it is still students are not going ahead? Is it because they're conscious that they would like to get into jobs?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. In one of my study, in my study also, the major career aspiration they are go for the higher studies. For getting into the government jobs, and also students students mentality. They have the ideas, ma'am, but they have the fear that how to when they still not yet clear about their how to get in finance from and how to conceptualize clearly the idea. And also peer group pressures, ma'am, from family, and also they have to get into the they have to go to for jobs, government jobs or private jobs. Those things are contributing for these results.
Yeah, but actually agriculture education program does completely cover this concept.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the government of India has definitely announced promotion of farmers group. And the major percentage of students in agriculture universities are from farm families. Why don't take this as an opportunity? Nobody expressed that. I can accept if it is traditional university, there's no rule. But when it comes to agriculture university, a major percentage of the students are from farm families.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's more ideal then to get back to their farm and form a farmers group. Nobody expressed that. And because there's a lot of finance being announced. Have you documented that?
Yes, ma'am. But actually, usually the students' mentality is to go to the jobs, ma'am. Majority, only 2 to 3% or less than 5%, they are expressing that they will go back to farm. Others, they are saying that no, we have to go for higher studies and we have to go for jobs for secure jobs, secure jobs.
But farmers are more secure. We may
but the mentality of the student, no, ma'am, they are from rural side and they looking their from childhood they are looking their fathers, and usually, ma'am, the farmers are saying, the farmers who are send their children to these higher education, they are as I inquired, they said that his own fathers only, they are saying that no, you should not come to by studying this higher degree, you should not come back to the farming. You should aim for high, you should go for secure job. That type, the mentality of the students is also fixed, ma'am.
Okay. There's need for changing that anyway.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay.
Thank you, madam. Next, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
But as I am having one information on this, recently, Government of India has announced for skill development.
Sir, what is sir?
Skill development activities.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Skill development activities.
Yes, sir.
So in that program, can you have for agriculture also? You have any information? Agriculture graduates.
Sir,
they have given more importance for rural people, households, for skill development, like artisan or some other activities.
Yes, sir.
What about the agriculture graduates? Is there any skill development, entrepreneurship development programs?
Sir, for particularly for agriculture graduates, I don't know, sir. But under skill development initiative, they can apply and they can take the training and also funds, sir.
Funds, sir.
Yes,
for
sir.
Entrepreneurship development in agriculture.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So as you know that earlier in our own university, we are having earn while learn program. For our graduates.
Okay, sir.
Earn while learning.
Sir.
So they wanted to allot some of the portions in all our university forums, and then to have their skill development there to earn money also. So can we have this for practical purpose, that program again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Practical oriented.
Practical, yes, sir. The students also mentioning that they need more and more practical orientation. So that's the practical orientation which they need for they have to attach completely. Industrial relations. They have the idea, sir, but they don't know how to take up the business, and they don't know how to orient the business and how to take into the market and how to that needs to be done, sir. That's the practical thing needs to be given for those students, sir. I mean, they have more and more practical.
In our own university forums or the KVKs, can we have more area and give the practical entrepreneurship development for our graduates? That is just like encouraging, like earn while learn. That means learning while earn. That means you have to earn while learning program.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that we can allot some of the persons for getting their income also.
Yes, sir.
They will get interest in learning these skills.
Yes.
So that is there. Already we have earlier. So that is what I wanted to inform.
Yes.
Okay, it's a good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sanket, it's a good presentation, but what you are telling about the practical experience after introduction of the experiential learning, actually we are giving students practical experience, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yes. About production, marketing, everything.
Yes, ma'am.
Has it not made any effect?
It made an effect, but ma'am, they are saying still more, ma'am. I mean, still more means they have, like I said, no, like in other areas, like not in the conventional area, ma'am. They are not in the, I mean, students are saying that only poultry, only dairy, only, they are not, they are saying that we need new thing, ma'am, like IoT in agriculture and robotics in agriculture. Like those areas, they need to be, they need to be given as practical experience and need to be given an idea so that they take up an entrepreneurship in a new way, so that they are entering into new initiatives, ma'am. They are saying like that, and they are mentioning while I interviewing, ma'am.
See, we are putting a base for them to become an entrepreneur.
Yes,
so
yes.
with their abilities, they can find ways of becoming an entrepreneur. We are just giving them a foundation.
Yes, yes, yes.
Maybe over the years, that mentality may change. That I should get a job, that mentality may change because of the experiential learning, I feel.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Sanket. We have many questions in the chat box. We'll take up a few important questions, and there are few suggestions. So we'll be sharing the suggestions with you. I think you can take it from the screen. So coming to the important questions like, who are your participants, like undergraduate students who are studying, or completed UG students or PG students? One thing. Second thing is, entrepreneurship activities based on agriculture and allied fields are gaining a lot of importance, and they can contribute to the country's economy. But even then, students are, facing difficulties, taking up the startups or entrepreneurship.
Yes.
Do they worried about the failures?
Yes, ma'am. For regarding the first question, my student respondents were the final year students who are in the 8th semester yet to complete the last, that is student ready program, and like HOT. Those are my respondents, ma'am. Regarding the second, yes, ma'am, they are little bit, I mean, they are worried about their failures, and they because they don't know how to handle the failure, ma'am. I mean, how to know, because they fear about their financial status of their family, and also the risk taking. Those are all the conditions.
How about the homogeneity of the sample? Was it taken care?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. See, there is a university incubation center which is being established to motivate our university. Okay. To take up agriculture or farm-based enterprises. So I think our students, that too with hands-on experiential learning. So there is no need to worry about that. Only thing they need lot of motivation or their own self, I think, zeal to start their own enterprises.
Yes, ma'am. They need to motivate. Motivation is need to be done.
Then.
Okay. Thank you, Sanket. With this, we can.
Okay, there are some suggestions about your title and other things. I think you can take it from the screen and please incorporate them. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sanket. Please address the remaining queries through the chat window itself, and also I request Sangamesh to also give the unattended queries in the chat box itself. Let us move on to the next presentation by Ms. Snehal Giri from the Department of Food Science and Nutrition. Her topic is on effect of carrier agents and inlet temperature on physicochemical properties of spray-dried carrot powder. So Snehal Giri, it's open for sharing now. Are you there? You can share it now.
1 second.
Yeah, you can share it now.
Yes, sir. Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes, Snehal.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to my oral presentation. Monday.
Okay, are you there?
Snehal?
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah, you can continue.
Continue, Snehal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my paper presentation, which was entitled as Effect of Carrier Agents and Inlet Temperature on Physico-Chemical Properties of Spray-Dried Carrot Powder.
Okay, there seems to be a little problem. Let me stop the video and you can continue with the video.
From Department of Food Science and Nutrition. So this is...
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, continue, Snehal.
Wait.
Yeah, share again. We are muting your video, but the audio you can continue with the slides.
This is the flow of my presentation.
Yeah, fine.
Continue.
Yes, sir. Isaac, it is not moving, sir. Wait 1 second.
The slide is not moving.
And better you can use the keyboard if there are issues. You can use the keyboard arrow.
Yeah. To start with the introduction, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization estimated that 1/3 of food produced globally is lost or wasted, which accounts for about 1.3 billion tons per year. Among these food loss and waste, fruit and vegetable is the major contributor because of their composition, as they're high in water content, which makes them perishable, and due to lack of proper utilization during normal season of cultivation. So these vegetable and fruit waste consist of those which are left on the plant or dumped on field due to the defect or damage, such as skin breakage, abrasion, bruises during harvesting operations. So much of these are outgrades which are rejected during harvesting and post-harvesting operation purely for the aesthetic reasons. That means that it does not meet the retailer standard based on shape or size. So such products we generally do not see on the supermarkets, because as a consumer we tend to buy most appealing crops, like most appealing fruits and vegetables. So coming to the carrot outgrades, the Rebecca in 2016 reported that 50% of the carrot outgrades which were generated from the total loss is mainly because of the bad aesthetics, which were highly edible and had comparable nutritional value. In recent years, consumption of carrot and its product has increased due to their antioxidant and anti-carcinogenic and immuno-enhancer effect. These all effects are mainly attributed because of the carotenoid, polyphenols, and flavonoid content in the carrot. So apart from provitamin A functions of carotenoid also perform function as a major antioxidant, play important role as a major antioxidant. So in my research study, I have utilized these carrot outgrades by employing following process. So one such process is enzyme-assisted extraction, which is fairly a new approach and getting more attention due to demand for eco-friendly extraction methods and technology. Because of the extraction methods and technology, and as this does not utilize the organic chemicals, and also it uses the milder processing condition. And after that, I have used the spray drying now to produce the carrot powder, which is the important and extensively used dehydration techniques to produce fruit and vegetable powders in food related industries with a better quality. So as I earlier told that the fruits and vegetable contains the bioactive compound or the nutritional compounds, colorants, flavors, which need to be preserved. Because they are sensitive. So the encapsulation using spray dried technique is an efficient method to entrap such core material in a coating with the help of carrier agent. So here we can see that when we mix the core material with the wall material, that is carrier agent, and we spray dry this solution, then the wall material, that is core material, will form the layer on the core material. So these carrier agents helps in converting the liquid food to free flowing powders. So there are various sources of carrier agents. I have utilized the most commonly used carrier agents, that is maltodextrin and gamma arabica, and they reduce the stickiness problem, provide protection, prevent oxidation, and improves the product stability. Coming to the materials and methods, the outgraded carrots were procured from the local markets, and the manual washing and cleaning was done under running water. And further, the carrots were peeled using peeler, and then they were cut into small pieces of approximately 0.5 centimeter diameter. And further, carrots were blanched at 80 degrees Celsius for 7 minutes in 2 parts of boiling acidified water with 0.2% of citric acid, and the cooling was done. So then the carrots were grinded using the blanching water with a domestic grinder. Then the muslin cloth is used to extract the juice. So the juice which was obtained in the first extraction, which was having pH of 5.10, and the pomace which was obtained in the first extraction, it utilized for the second extraction. This again blanched in 3 parts of acidified water for 7 minutes. Then here, this is my first objective, where I have added pectinase and cellulase enzyme, and I have optimized the concentration of enzymes, time and temperature, and further incubation was done. Then the muslin cloth is again used to extract the juice. So from the both is pulled. So in the pooled carrot juice, the pectinase and cellulose in the ratio of 0.02% is added to the pooled carrot juice and kept in dark condition at 40 degrees Celsius for 4 hours for maceration and sedimentation. Then the sugar-rich supernatant was removed from the carrot coagulated. Then these pasteurized, filtered, and stored at 2 degrees Celsius. So further, the obtained carrot coagulum was spray dried using 15% of carrier agent. And the spray dryer used here is lab scale spray dryer with a 0.7 mm diameter nozzle with co-current flow of air, and aspirated rate is 90%, and pressure is 1.5 to 2 kg per square centimeter. Spray dry process is usually influenced by various factors such as processing parameters and feed concentration. I use here 2 factors, that is different combination of carrier agent. First one is maltodextrin D, which is actually the 50 gram of maltodextrin added, which I donated with the MD 100%, and maltodextrin and gum arabica in the ratio of 75:25. And maltodextrin and gum arabica in the ratio of 50:50. And second factor is the inlet temperature, that is 160 degrees Celsius, 170 degrees Celsius, and 180 degrees Celsius. The initial trial runs were performed to select these conditions. So the carrot coagulum is mixed in with the 50 gram of respective carrier agents, and the volume was made up to 100 ml. Further, the stirring was done to obtain the aqueous emulsion for 20 minutes before feeding to the spray dryer. So the spray dryer is a continuous single-step operation where the liquid gets pumped into the atomizer, and this gets broken down into the fine smaller droplets, and these smaller droplets comes into contact with the flow of hot air. So here the moisture evaporation takes place, and then finally the powder gets separated from these outlet temperature with the use of cyclone chamber, where centrifugal force acts onto the powder in order to separate, and finally the powder gets collected into the collecting pot. Further, the spray dried powder was analyzed for moisture content, tap bulk density, loose bulk density, and the flowability and cohesiveness was calculated based on tap bulk density and loose bulk density, water solubility index, and wettability. It is nothing but how much time the powder requires to achieve the complete wetting, and which is mentioned in seconds. So coming to the result, this table 1 shows the chemical properties of outgraded carrot and carrot coagulum. The initial moisture of outgraded carrot was around 87.80 with a standard deviation of 0.27%. And the carrot coagulum, the moisture content was 92.73. And the total carotenoid in the outgraded carrot was 12.35 mg per 100 gram, which is increased in carrot coagulum, that is 13.43. And the initial pH was 6.03, and which is further decreased in carrot coagulum because of the addition of citric acid, titratable as 4 degree Brix to 7 degree Brix. So table 2 shows the effect of carrier agent and inlet temperature on the moisture content of encapsulated carrot powder. The moisture content is the important property as it indicates the drying efficiency and also the flowability and storage stability of powder. So here we can see that both inlet temperature, that both factors, inlet temperature and carrier agent, significantly influence the moisture content. As the inlet temperature increases from 160 to 180 degrees Celsius, the moisture content significantly reduced. This means that at the higher temperature, the faster rate of heat transfer takes place, so that leads to the faster evaporation of water. And in case of combination of carrier agents, the moisture content significantly increased, and further it is reduced as temperature further increases. And because this might be due to the that gum arabica has the higher retention capacity of water. Table 3 shows the effect of carrier agents and inlet temperature on physical properties of encapsulated carrot powder. Here the tap bulk density and loose bulk density is the important because it is important a point of it is important because of for the shipping and packaging point of view, as the higher bulk density indicates that large amount of powder can be stored in a container. So as the inlet temperature increased, there is a significant increase bulk densities. So and in the combination treatment, there is decreased the bulk density significantly decreased. And the cast index and Hochner ratio indicates the flow properties of spray dried powder. So here is the classification that the powder below 15% of cast index indicates very good flowability, and the powder between 15 to 20 indicates the good flowability of powder, whereas the powder above 20% indicates the fair flowability of powder. So the carrot powder spray dried at 170 degrees Celsius with the maltodextrin as a carrier agent showed the good flowability compared to other, whereas the maltodextrin and gum arabica in the ratio of 50:50 showed the fair flowability of powder. And whereas the cohesiveness that is below 1.2% indicates the low cohesiveness of powder, which indicates the free flowing nature of powder, and between 1.2 to 1.4 indicates the intermediate flowability. So other powders show the intermediate cohesiveness.
Excuse me, another 3 minutes.
Okay, okay, sir. So water solubility index, that all the powders showed that more than 90% of water solubility, which means that encapsulation process improves the solubility, and which was higher in the powder dried at 170 degrees Celsius along with the maltodextrin. Coming to the wettability time, that is the wetting capacity of powder, decrease as the inlet significantly decrease as the inlet temperature increases. And in the combination treatment, it has shown that that wettability time was significantly more, and which was further significantly reduced with the increase in temperature. Coming to the summary, when temperature increased from 160 to 180 degrees Celsius, the overall moisture content was reduced while other physical properties were enhanced. Increasing gum arabic content in the combination of gum arabic and maltodextrin showed a significant increase in moisture content and wettability time. So overall conclusion is that the spray dried carrot coagulum powder dried at 170 degrees Celsius using maltodextrin alone as a carrier agent have the good physical properties, flow properties. So this powder, this standardized powder, we can utilize in various bakery products and also the instant beverages, yogurt preparation, complementary foods, etc. So thank you all.
Thank you. Now the session is open for discussion. I invite the experts to react first. Experts first, please.
Okay, Snehal, it is good what you have come out with, but economics of this.
Madam, you are able to log in, madam.
Snehal.
Hello, yes, ma'am.
Economics, what is the cost of producing this?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There is a cost for enzymes, and but at this point of view, we think that this is the costly process, but we have to utilize this waste in order to meet the population needs in future.
Yeah. Using waste is a very good thing. What you said is, instead of using the regular nice carrots, using the waste is a very good idea. But
Yes.
Is it feasible? So the procedure looks lengthy and it is expensive. So how far can you come out with some more ideas where you can simplify it, or the cost can be reduced?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No, have you calculated the cost right now?
No, ma'am. Right now, I haven't calculated the cost of the spray dried powder, because only just I have standardized and I have to do the product formulations. So I'll do that cost.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Sir.
Hello, Snehal. So,
Yes, sir.
You have done very good work, but you have forgotten to take into consideration of economics, as Madam mentioned.
Yes.
The cost involved in producing this powder of carrot, and then how much quantity of powder we will get from how much quantity we have to use the raw carrot.
Sir, how much
quantity of powder we will get by using raw carrots? How much quantity raw carrot we have to use to get 1 kilo of powder?
What is the percentage of recovery?
Sir, for 100 ml of mix.
No. You
for
take
in case of carrot.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. When I for the
fresh carrot, 1 kg carrot.
For
1 kg carrot, you are going to get how much powder? That sir is asking.
Yeah.
Ma'am, it is around like for 100 gram of carrot, I'm getting like 25 to 30% of powder, ma'am. Because I'm converting it to the carrot coagulum. So for 100 ml of carrot juice, it is like 10 to 15 gram.
So that means to say 25 to 30% of powder you are going.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you are using this dehydration for removing this moisture and other things. So, and then you are doing this processing also. During that period, can we lose this flavor or nutrients during your processing?
Can we lose these nutrients?
Yeah, nutrition. You may lose your nutrition.
In other drying method, we can lose the nutrients, but in the spray drying process, though it utilizes the higher temperature, but there is the faster evaporation rate. That is only for a second the powder comes in contact with the hot air. So there is a minimum loss of nutrients. So for carotenoids and all, the spray it has shown that the spray drying is the best method.
Just like in coconut dehydration, the coconut kernel. So you are also using the same process. But is there any side effect from this powder on health? Because you are using the chemical.
No, sir.
Is there a side effect?
No, sir, I'm not using any chemicals. The maltodextrin is I'm using the enzyme, so they are not harmful. And the maltodextrin is a starch derivative. It is harmful if you take in the higher concentration, because at a because it is also starch derivative, so this increase the sugar content of the powder. So it may be harmful for the diabetics point of view.
And where it is used commercially, this carrot powder?
The carrot powders is generally used in the food industry, sir, in order to prepare like yogurt and the complementary baby foods and the instant soups and all, sir, instant preparation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to the queries from the participants. These are the queries from the participants now. Which is the carrier agent used in the table 2 when MD 100?
Yes, sir. Which is the carrier agent used in M?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Snehal, are you able to hear?
Hello, Snehal.
Pardon, sir, I'm not getting the question.
You're able to read the screen at least?
Hello?
You can
Yes,
read.
yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Hi. No, sir. No, ma'am, I'm not. Yes, ma'am.
You see, you have mentioned carrier agents in table 2, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what are the carrier agents you have used? That is the question.
I have used the maltodextrin and also the gum arabica, ma'am.
Okay. Then coming to next question, spray dried carrot powder is meant for direct consumption by households or for further value addition by the processing units. And if it is so, then cost returns and profitability of spray drying of carrots.
Yes, ma'am. The spray dried powder we can use in home also. When we are during regular seasons, we can use the carrot powder for the various products.
Cost returns, because they become very costly, when we do the spray drying. So that is the question. Cost returns and profitability is being asked now.
Yeah, ma'am. At a larger, when we do the large production of the carrot powder, then that time it will be cost effective, as we are utilizing the cost, and also because the milk powders and all, generally they are spray dried. Most of the milk powder is spray dried. So.
Okay, can we consume this carrot powder directly? Or for the
no, yes, sir. We can. Yes, ma'am. We can consume the powder directly also. There is no harm. But most of the time, this is utilized for the various. This is added into the various products.
Okay. Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Snehal. With this, we can conclude your presentation now.
Thank you so much. Yes. And for the experts, there is a bio break of 10 minutes. You can just relax for 10 minutes, all the participants of the social science group. Then, so at 1 o'clock, 5 minutes, we will be taking up the fourth presentation.
Okay, there is a bio break of
just 10 minutes.
10 minutes. We will join back after 10 minutes.
ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹುಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೊಟ್ನ ಅಂತ ಅವಾಗಲೇ महबूब पासा
ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಸುರೇಶ್ ಟೀಕೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರವಿಶಂಕರ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಯೋಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರವಿಶಂಕರ್ ಸುಂದರಗಿರಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ತನ್ವೀರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಶಶಿಧರ್ ಯೋಗ
ಹಲೋ, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಆರಾಮ? ನೋಡಿದೆ ನಾನು ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತೆಗಿದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಆರಾಮ್ ತಾನೆ? ಅದೇ 4 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ
Okay, welcome back. Shivani, are you ready there? It's not audible. I can
Yes,
unmute.
sir, I'm ready, sir. Yeah.
Okay, let us wait for a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay.
Then we can start.
Okay. Can I share the screen, sir?
Just a minute. Okay, let us wait for 1 minute. After that, you can share it.
Okay.
Just experts you can start.
Hello, Anand sir, Shubhna madam and Niteshri madam. Shall we take up the next presentation?
Yeah. Can take up.
Yes.
Yeah. Welcome back to all of you. Good afternoon, and let us start the session. Now the presentation is from the Department of Agriculture Extension. I invite Ms. Shivani Dechama to present her paper on factors contributing to the success and sustainability of farmers producer organization. This is the topic. Now I invite on behalf of everyone to continue the session now. Okay, Shivani, you can share now.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
It's coming up. You can get into the slideshow now. Yeah, you can present now. It's visible. You can start presenting now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to my presentation for the Science Week presentation. Myself, Shivani Dechama, third year PhD from Department of Agricultural Extension, and my chairman of my advisory committee is Dr. B. Krishnamurthy, sir. The title for my presentation is Factors Contributing to Success and Sustainability of the Farmer-Producer Organizations. Coming to introduction, India is primarily an agriculture-based economy, which is employing nearly 50% of the country's workforce, and it's also contributing to 17% of the GDP. As we all know, India stands second in the production of fruits and vegetables. So at least 7% of the world's, it contributes to world 7% of the total agricultural output. And 86% of the country's farmland are cultivated by small and marginal farmers. The farmers with small holding face new challenges on integration of value chain, liberalization and globalization effects, etc. Thus, there's a need to integrate the farmers for collective action so that the net returns at the farmer's end is remunerative enough for them to remain interested in agriculture. Thus, the producer cooperatives were started under the Indian Companies Act of 1956, and under the recommendation by Y.K. Alaga Committee, the emergence of farmer-producer organization was started for the collective action of the farmers. Thus, the farmer-producer organization are a legalized form of farmer-owned institutions which constitutes of the farmer members with common interest and concerns. These institutions are registered under the Companies Act of 1956 and are governed by a set of bylaws and the rules. The FPOs were evolved as new generation producer-led organization to help them receive the benefits of aggregation and economics of scale. The main objective of this FPO is to ensure the better income for the producers through an organized system of their own. Under the 9A Companies Act of 1956, which is amended in 2013, 2014 is considered by Government of India, it is considered as a year of farmer-producer organization. Coming to the services which are provided by the FPOs is they give the input supply, credit facilities, agro-advisory facility, procurement, market support, warehousing, processing, value addition, certification, training and development, research linkages, and export of the produce. Coming to the present scenario of the FPO in the country, total of 5,000 FPOs are present in the country, which are under the different promoting agency like SFSC, NABARD, state government, like the trust or the other organization, as per the data of 2019. Coming to the data of 2020, in India, there are 910 FPOs under SFSC, of which the highest number of FPOs is found to be in Madhya Pradesh, that is 149, followed by Karnataka 126. Now coming to why we need to carry out this research study, the farmer producer company do require technical and managerial expertise to carry on their requisite work, including the forward and backward linkages with also best agriculture practices, seed production, value addition, branding, etc. In order to make their business operations sustainable and more profitable to all the shareholders. Thus, India is witnessing a tremendous shift of the importance from increase of productivity to increase of profitability. So a question arises, like how to achieve this shift from productivity to profitability. So in order to achieve this shift of productivity to profitability, we need to mobilize the farmers for groups and collective actions, which would subsequently aid in higher income gains and a higher profitability for the individual farmers. With this background, one of the objectives of my study is to identify the factors contributing to success and sustainability of the farmer-producer organizations. Coming to the methodology, the study region selected was Mysore district. The research design employed here is the ex post facto research design, because it is one of the systematic empirical inquiry in which the researcher does not have direct control of the variable, because the manifestation is already occurred and there is no scope for manipulation of this variable. Coming to the sampling procedure, here the sampling procedure was carried out in 4 stages. Coming to the first stage, Mysore district was selected from the Karnataka state. The criteria for selection, it was selected purposively because highest number of FPOs, that is 10 FPOs, were found in Mysore among 126 FPOs in Karnataka. The second stage was to selection of 2 taluks from Mysore district, that is Mysore taluk and Kyarnagra taluk. The taluk was selected purposively because of this crop, because we wanted a crop specific FPOs operating in this area. And the third stage was to select 1 FPO from each taluk, that thus Varuna Horticulture Farmer Producer Company Limited from Mysore taluk and Arkeshwara Horticulture Farmer Producer Company Limited was selected from Kyarnagra taluk. This Varuna FPO was purposely selected because banana is a predominantly cultivated fruit crop in this study area, and Arkeshwara FPO was purposely selected because tomato is a predominantly cultivated vegetable crop in this study area. The fourth stage for the sampling procedure was to a selection of the members, non-members, and the officials. Here the general thumb rule for the large enough sample conditions, that is N is more than 30, was where the sample size, that is with reference of Cohen J of 1990 was referred, where statistically it signifies that the central theorem, so 30 members is a minimum, and we have considered 60 for the optimal members to carry out the t-test. Coming to the sample selection, Mysore district was selected. Among that, Mysore taluk and Kyarnagra taluk. And under Mysore taluk, Varuna FPO with banana cultivating farmers, and Kyarnagra taluk, Arkeshwara FPO with tomato farmers. Here 60 members from each FPO and 30 non-members. These non-members are not within the organization, but the farmers who grow the same crop in the same study area. And the 10 officials from each FPO was considered. Thus, it constitutes for 100 samples from each FPO, and the total sample size was 200 from the study area. Coming to the survey method, interview schedule was prepared after reviewing the related literature, and before conducting the survey in the field, a pilot study was carried out in a systematic way with 30 random farmers from a FPO in a non-sample area. And the cross-sectional survey method was used to collect the data, and the focus group discussion was also conducted. And the data was collected using this pre-tested interview schedule by personal interview method and the focus group discussion. And the data collected was analyzed using frequency percentage, and the student t-test was used. To measure the success and sustainability, the factors which were contributing to success and sustainability of the farmers producer organization, these were measured by two types, that is the measurement of success and measurement of sustainability. Under the measurement of success, we have three types of factors, that is technical and organizational factors, marketing factors, and economic factors. Under the measurement of sustainability, organizational statistics, economic efficiency, social equity, and economic accountability we consider. Among this, the technical and organizational factors, marketing factors, and economic factors, and the social equity. Here, the respondents were the members of the FPO, whereas organizational statistics, economic efficiency, and environmental accountability, here the respondents were the officials of the both the FPOs. Coming to the results, the comparison table 1, that is a comparison of different technical and organizational factors contributing to the success of the farmer producer organization. Here there was a significant difference between the two FPOs in providing timely inputs, followed by bringing out the farm publications and literature for its members, and a tie-up with agricultural university to facilitate the access to improved technology and the expert advice. Overall, there was a significant difference of 4.667 between the FPOs in the technical and organizational factors contributing to the success. Coming to the comparison of different marketing factors contributing to the success of the FPOs, here there was a significant difference of 14.207 in the certification of the produce between the FPOs, followed by well-equipped transportation facilities and improved storage structure. Overall, there was a significant difference with a t-value of 2.187 between the FPOs in the marketing difference between the marketing factors contributing to the success of the FPO. Coming to the economic factors contributing to the success of the FPO, there was a non-significant difference in the t-value that between the FPOs in the economic factors. Coming to the measurement of sustainability, the organizational statistics to measure the sustainability of the FPOs. When we look into the members, there was a increase in the number of members in the FPO in both the FPOs, as well as the villages covered were also increasing in the year by year, and the activities taken up by each FPO is also increasing while coming to the organizational statistics. Next, the economic efficiency to measure the sustainability of the farmer producer organization. Here also we can see there is an increase in the number of days of employment generated in both the FPOs, and the funds they have received remains the same for all the 3 years, but the portion of the profit and the annual turnover is found to be increasing in both the FPOs. Coming to social equity to measure the sustainability of the farmer producer organization, there is equitable access to organizational services. Varuna FPO has majority, the 75% of them have equitable access to organizational services. Coming to the equitable access to the organizational assets, we can find that Arkeshwara FPO has 78% of them. Majority of the respondents are found to be in Arkeshwara FPO, and involvement of the small and marginal farmers in the organization. Both the FPOs involved, have the involvement of the small and marginal farmers in the organization. Coming to ethical and transparent dealings, majority of them are found in Arkeshwara FPO, about 90% of the farmers. Coming to environmental accountability to measure the sustainability, here 50% of the farmers are found from Arkeshwara FPO says that their products produced in these conditions and and a process that confer to the international ISO standards. And coming to the certification, all the products certified by the nationally recognized agency, it is also found to be high in Arkeshwara FPO. And coming to the produce growing organically, here also we can find that in the farmers farmers of Arkeshwara FPO, 30% of them grow their crops organically, and the produce graded, 10% of the produce is graded in Arkeshwara FPO. So from all this table, we can infer that between Varuna FPO and Arkeshwara FPO, that Arkeshwara FPO is more success and is maintaining the sustainability compared to Varuna FPO. So coming to the conclusion, in order to replicate the successful models of the farmer organizations, we need to identify those factors which contribute to success and sustainability. Thus, to keep this organization sustainable for a long time, the activities being implemented by it should be viable, and it should also confirm the social equity among all the beneficiaries and should be compatible with the system without generating any harmful effects. Thus, it can be inferred that the organization is sustainable and is still continuously growing. Coming to the implication of the study, the facilities like grading, processing, and storing facilities were very much limited in these FPOs. Hence, this can be provided at a taluk level under the FPO so that the farmers can be benefited for better returns. The FPO staff and members are not much aware of the ICT tools for information dissemination. This can be resolved by giving proper training on the importance and usage of the ICT for better information access. There is also a need to replicate the model of this farmers organization in other parts of the state so as to enable the small and marginal farmers to enhance the earning in a sustainable manner. The best practices and the unique interventions of the farmers organization, which had led to the success and continuous growth, may be extracted and popularized for adoption by other farmer organizations as well. Though there are many institutions and civil society organizations working towards the promotion of the farmers organizations, a synergetic approach among all the need to be adopted in order to formulate the strategies for improving their efficiency and sustainability. Thank you.
Okay. Now the presentation is open for deliberations. Experts, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. Just these organizations are cooperative basis or some association basis?
This organization comes under the Companies Act of 1956. Here, only the farm producers are the members, sir. It is different from cooperatives.
Cooperative. They are having the shares in the company.
Yes, sir.
Membership.
Yes, a membership fee.
Company will guide the farmers to produce certain commodities, horticulture or agriculture, especially horticulture. Is there any area restricted or quantity restricted by the company? Area or quantity restricted production. For example, you have to produce only this much of quantity of banana.
No, sir. There is no area or quantity restricted, sir.
Restrictions. Okay. If the farmers produce so much of quantity, can they buy entire quantity?
Sir?
Entire quantity can be purchased by the company from the farmer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They can. They'll purchase, sir. Actually, for one FPO, they are giving the contract farming, sir.
Contract farming.
Yes, sir.
So that means they will have a specified area and production. Okay. What is the price compared to other the general market price of the company giving the price?
Compared to the price, well, they market it generally, there is a difference of 5 to 10% of the price, sir.
So 5 to 10% difference.
Price, yes, sir.
Then how they will keep the price, on what basis for the produce company? Either the cost of
based on the grading, sir, grade of the produce.
What about cost of production they will consider?
No, sir. Cost of production is not considered, sir. While purchasing the produce, grading is done, and based on the grades of the produce, the cost is the price is fixed for the produce.
So how can we know that it is a profitable to the farmer or a loss to the farmer if you have fixed on the basis of the grade without knowing the cost of production?
Like sir, standard the profit or the loss can be.
If they are having that price, on what basis they will fix up? So that is my question.
Okay. Okay, we'll go on to the next expert.
Hello.
Yeah, madam.
Yeah, I have two questions here. Will the FPOs continue to have a middleman?
Ma'am? Middleman, no, ma'am. The main objective of this FPO is to reduce the middleman in.
Then how the success of these two organizations were measured? Was it only economical or was it also technology applied?
Success I have measured it by 3 factors, ma'am. That is technical and organizational factor, economic factor, and a marketing factors, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Was it a direct marketing or was it marketing through some group agency?
There was an agency called Siri Infotech for like they do contract farming, ma'am. Okay. So through them it was.
That means there is going to be a share to them now. If that is the case, how can it be totally successful? They'll have to give that percentage of royalties, 2.53%.
Sir, ma'am, actually what happens is when they do direct marketing, like from the farm gate, when the produce is taken by the middleman also, there will be a certain percentage of the share amount given to the middleman. But while compared to that, while they market through this organization, that percentage is reduced.
Okay, but cost of production will have to be then, even this has to be taken into consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Pricing. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Okay. Any questions from Niteshri madam? Niteshri madam?
Mute ಆಗಿದೆ madam. ನಿಮ್ದು ನಿತೇಶ್ರೀ madam, your voice is muted. Are you there, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm there.
No. Any queries, madam?
By only studying 2 FPOs, can you say that these are the factors?
No, ma'am. Not only by 2 FPOs, ma'am. These factors I have selected after going through other literatures, and I've come out with these factors, ma'am. With these factors, I have measured the success and sustainability of these 2 selected FPOs.
But you are dealing with only one product, one produce.
Yes, ma'am. In one, actually, the other objective of my study was to find the impact of the yield, income, and social status, ma'am. So for that, I have taken the specific commodity. Like from one FPO, I have taken banana growers, and from other FPO, I have taken tomato growers.
But it is not a rule that FPO should deal with only one commodity.
No, ma'am. No. They are not dealing with only one commodity, ma'am. I have selected one commodity among all the commodities which they deal with.
Oh, they are dealing with more commodities, but you have taken only one among them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
You are saying that it's a successful FPOs would be the success for marketing the products. If that is the case, then why still every year tomato growers are facing problem? Tomatoes are being thrown away, no market for it.
Valid question.
Ma'am.
Every year this is happening. Tomatoes being thrown onto the street practically. Not this year.
Actually, there's also the main reason for this is price fluctuation.
Initial marketing. I don't think there can be any other reason can be accepted.
Just in the market.
Yeah.
The excess production.
So FPOs, you have to create an opportunity to even go for either storage or value processing of what is not sold.
Yes, ma'am. In one of my implications, I've mentioned, ma'am, like value addition and storage, it should be improved.
Yeah. Particularly for tomato and
Yes, ma'am.
banana. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, experts, and other participants. Kindly spare with us for just 5 minutes. So I take this opportunity to welcome our Dean PGS, Dr. Srinivas sir, to interact with the experts and also to address the audience on the platform. Sir, hearty welcome to you, sir, for Social Science Group.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ganesh Murthy and Dr. Usha ma'am.
Yes, thank you, sir.
First of all, I should thank our external experts, Dr. Niteshri, Dr. Anand, and Dr. Shivlila to join us. And they were kind enough to be with us online and to evaluate, to listen to our students' work. Basically, because all our extension and because they are supposed to be more experts compared to other life sciences, at least both visually and also by audio also, because this extension and also economic people. And I was also listening to these farmers producer organizations. And there was a question by still, because in spite of all this, why there was farmers are losing their crop and they are ready to throw their produce on the streets at this one, because this happens very almost regularly only because of surplus production. Is it so? And also she also gave an answer that she is also looking for the implications of this overproduction of some of these commodities. Anyway, I did this one. I want to just take the opinion of the experts. You are comfortable, all the this one experts. Niteshri madam, Shelila, and also Anna. Are you comfortable, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Comfortable.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Because I'm asking you because you are not in in our place. Otherwise, you have offered our hospitality.
No problem, sir. The situation is like that.
Okay, thank you. Because this, I think, what I could find is this webinar or online presentations, it's more interactive. And always all of those who are watching it, they'll be more alert. Is it definitely when compared to our physical meeting? Sometimes we also miss some of the presentation, some of the slides also. But here you have to be more alert. At least you can unvideo this one. Video you can mask, but you will not be away from the people presentations. That's what I could also make out. And also I will be very happy to evaluate our all presenters, and because we will also be grading them, and from each this one group, like from your social science group, we will be just encouraging the two students with a good presentation. It all depends on how you are evaluated, because I think you have been briefed about the scheme of evaluation, and you have to evaluate all the discipline students and presentation. The totality and the cumulative we will get it. And tomorrow in the valedictory, I think I just request all of you and also invite you, the experts particularly, to join us for the valedictory function. And there you will listen to your feedbacks, and it is most valuable there. And then how to, because always there should be a scope for improvement. It is the one place we have the this one feedback from you experts, and we should also know about what are the weaknesses of our students, and also what about the shortcomings of the organizations. That also you have to spell out, and how you were just made this one what compatible with our coordinators and the associate coordinators. With this, I want to just thank our coordinators, Dr. Ganesh Murthy and Dr. Usha ma'am, and they have been successfully and also very nicely conducting these deliberations. And they are giving this one more, we have also just made a mention that you have to give this one, the preference for the experts. Then only the others can be allowed to interact. And also sometimes there may be justification from the student side for that a mentor or advisor and the HOD can defend. And I could also see the one question is waiting from Dr. Shrikant Murthy. I think I request the coordinator, associate coordinator, if he is around, you please invite him. Let us continue with the interactions. Thank you very much.
We'll take up the questions later on, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
sir.
We'll take up the questions now, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Shivani, you have around 5-6 questions now. Okay, we'll be taking up one by one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Out of 126 FPOs established in Karnataka, how many are really active? And if they are active, then what are the reasons for that? Then there are so many FPOs are lethargic. Then lethargic condition of inactive FPOs. Then what are the reasons for this? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Out of 126 FPOs in Karnataka, nearly 78 FPOs are active. Which are the factors? The factors responsible for the lethargic conditions of inactive FPOs maybe the participation of the farmers as well as the organizational staff commitments towards their work. That may be the reason for that.
You have not documented any reasons for this one?
I have documented the constraints also, ma'am.
Okay.
The other objective of my study also.
Okay. Then coming to the next question, is it correct to infer the economic efficiency based on just absolute value of turnover, which shows increasing trend? Is it correct?
Yes, ma'am. It can be inferred through the economic efficiency.
Yeah.
We have considered other factors also.
Okay. I'll take up the next question. Have you taken figures from their audited records or with just orally you have taken the information?
Ma'am, I have just
like about 7 lakhs to 10 lakhs. Okay.
Ma'am, I have not taken their auditing records because they are not willing to show those audited records to us because we are just the researchers. They told us like
you have taken the oral statement.
Yeah, orally, ma'am.
Orally. Okay.
Yeah.
Then coming to next one, employment generation by FPO. Do the farmers get employed in this one, or is it is because of the increased production?
Ma'am, farmers don't get employment there, ma'am.
Okay.
How success is measured? What is the tool used for that?
Measurement of success, I have mentioned through technical and organizational factors, marketing factors, and economic factors. And here I have taken the 5-point continuum scale to measure those statements.
Okay, whether comparison was made with the unsuccessful or failed FPO?
No, sir.
Okay, there is one more question. Okay, is FPO is economical to farmers when compared to cooperative societies?
Yes, it is economical because here the farmers are considered as the shareholders, and it is helpful to the farmers well compared to the cooperatives.
Okay, coming to the next question, without considering the cost of production, how the prices can be fixed just based on the grades? What's your input in that? Without considering the cost of production, how the prices can be fixed generally?
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma'am, actually, to a certain extent, the cost of production is also considered to fix the price along with grade of the produce also.
Okay. Then coming to its sustainability, is it sustainable? If you are sustainable?
Since from 5 years we have considered what FPOs I have studied, it is sustainable, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Shivani.
Thank you.
Now we'll take up the next presentation from agriculture economics, that is MS Uday Kumar. So he'll be presenting on investment and crop diversity and empirical evidence from rural-urban interface of Bangalore. Uday Kumar, you are there?
Are you able to share?
Yeah.
Are you able to share the screen?
Yeah.
You can share now. Yeah, it's coming up. I can get into the slideshow. It's okay. Now you can proceed, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, respected teachers, friends, and all the participants. Myself, Uday Kumar, a PhD scholar from Department of Agriculture Economics, and my major advisor, Dr. K.B. Umesh, sir. And I welcome you all for my oral presentation on the topic Investment and Crop Diversity and Empirical Evidence from Rural-Urban Interface of Bengaluru. Coming to the flow of presentation, first I will be giving a brief introduction about the topic, and then I will be moving on to the research questions, and then research hypothesis, and then I will be moving on to the methodology. Here I will be covering the study area where the study is conducted, and also the sampling techniques employed, and also analytical tools used for this study. And then I will be giving the results of major findings, and then finally the conclusion. Coming to the introduction, we all know that India is an agrarian country and more than 50% of the population dependent on agriculture for their livelihood. But nowadays, what we are noticing is an occupational shift from agriculture to the other sectors like industries, etc. And this is happening mainly because of the rapid urbanization. And due to this rapid urbanization, the agriculture land is converted into the industries and layouts, etc. Because of this, the land value is increasing, and due to increasing land values, the farmers, what they are doing is they are selling their land, and this leads to agriculture marginalization. Here, from one side, the agriculture is being marginalized, but the other side, what is happening is the population is growing rapidly. This will result in food insecurity. That is, this is a big threat to the food security. And if this occupation shift from agriculture to the industrial sector would not have happened, then the farmers would have become economically unstable and their livelihood will be affected. Under this condition, what the farmers has to do? For this, that is to overcome the economic instability of the farming community, the farmers should take up the commercial enterprises and they should go for crop diversification. And if they take up these commercial enterprises and crop diversification, the farmers will become economically stable and their livelihood can be ensured. And to take up these commercial enterprises and crop diversification, the capital is very much important, and they need to invest on these commercial enterprises and crop diversification. And if they invest on these commercial enterprises and crop diversification, then their livelihood and food security can be assured. With this background, I have framed two research questions. The first question, research question is, do the pattern of investment vary across rural-urban interface of Bengaluru? And the second research question is, does investment have any impact on crop diversity and income of the farmers across rural-urban interface of Bengaluru? And to address these research questions, I have framed the four hypotheses. And the first hypothesis is investment on irrigation and other infrastructure is more in urban area compared to transition and rural areas. And second research hypothesis is production diversity is more in rural and transition areas than in urban area. And the third hypothesis is investment in farming, farm income and borrowed capital are highly associated. And the last hypothesis is crop diversification and farm income are influenced by capital injection, that is investment. Coming to methodology, here we all know that Bangalore is one of the fastest growing city in India, and also the agriculture in and around the Bangalore has seen transition in terms of credit needs and also crop diversification, land use system, etc. Hence, my study is carried out in rural-urban interface of north of Bengaluru, and my study covers two districts, that is the Bangalore Rural District and Bangalore Urban District. In Bangalore Rural District, I will be covering Dodballapur and Devanahalli Taluk, and in Bangalore Urban District, I will be covering Bangalore North Taluk. Coming to sampling, for the selection of rural-urban interface of north of Bengaluru, purposive sampling technique was employed, and for the selection of 240 sample respondents, random sampling technique was employed. Here, the north transect is divided into rural, transition, and urban gradients by considering the survey stratification index. And this survey stratification index was developed by considering percentage of built-up area and also the distance from the city center. Here, Vidhan Soda is considered as a city center, and from city center, the 25 kilometers is considered as urban, and from that 25 to 50 is transition, and from 50 to 75 like that, it is considered as rural gradient. And also, after working out the survey stratification index, 6 strata was developed, that is from 1 to 6, and the villages which are coming under strata 1, 2 are considered as the urban area, and the villages which are coming under strata 3 and 4 are considered as transition, and the villages which are coming under strata 5, 6 were considered as rural area. This is the methodology developed by Ellen Hoffman during 2017. The same methodology was adopted for my study. And to address the research questions, I have collected the primary data from the 240 sample respondents through personal interview method. Coming to the analytical tools employed, here I have collected the data from investment data from the farmers over the years, that is from 2014 to 2019, and I have converted the value into current value by considering this index, that is current value of capital asset at 2018-19 prices is equal to capital asset value in the ith year. For example, if a farmer invested during 2014, that value I have considered here, and the index value of ith year with the 2018-19 as a base year in the denominator, and through this I have converted all the investment values into the current year value, and then I have compared. And also I have collected the data, that is cropping pattern data over the years, that is during 2014 and 2019 from the farmers through memory basis. And I also worked out Arfindal index. Here Arfindal index is the sum of square of the proportion of acreage under each crop to the total crop area, and Arfindal index value ranges from 0 to 1. If it is near to 0, it indicates diversification, and if it is more than 1, it indicates, if it is approaching 1, then it indicates specialization. And the next tool adopted for my study is top-bit regression model. Here, to know the drivers of investment, I adopted the top-bit regression model. Since all the farmers are not invested in farming, few farmers are not invested, that is, it is a censored sample. So I used the top-bit regression model or censor regression model. Here, the dependent variable is investment in farming, and the independent variables are age, total landholding, educational attainment, farm income, off-on non-farm income, borrowed capital. And I also considered dummy variable for gradients, that is rural, transition, and urban. D1 is 1, 0 for the transition farm households, and D2, that is dummy variable for 0, 0, 1 for urban farm households, and the intercept represents the rural farm households. And B1, beta 2, beta 2, so on, beta 6 are the regression coefficients for the independent variables considered. Coming to the results, here we can see that pattern of investment across all the transacts, the majority of the farmers, that is 45% of the rural farmers and 70% of the transition farmers and 63.75% of the urban farmers invested on water resource and irrigation structures, because water is one of the critical input for the crop production. And when we look into the rural gradient, other than water resource and irrigation structures, next major investment area is animal husbandry. That is 40% of the farmers invested on animal husbandry with an average investment of 1,63,252 rupees per farm, and they invested on animal husbandry mainly because it will yield year-round income to the farmers. And it is interesting to note that in transition and urban gradients, the farmers invested second major investment by these farmers is on plantation and horticulture crops. That is about 25% of transition and 25% of urban farmers invested on plantation and horticulture crops. This is mainly because of urbanization and also better marketing facilities. The farmers invested on high-value horticulture crops like grapes and also like floriculture crops, and because of these crops are high-value crops, and also they will show better returns compared to other food crops. Therefore, the farmers are moving from traditional food crops to the high-value horticulture crops nowadays. Coming to production diversity of sample respondents in the study area, here we can see that during 2014, 98.75% of the rural farmers were growing cereals, but during 2019, around 6% of the farmers moved to other crops. And here we can also see that the farmers who are growing vegetables were 22.5% in 2014, and whereas in case of 2019, it was increased to 38.75%. And also, it is interesting that none of the farmers were growing, none of my sample respondents were growing floriculture crops during 2014. But in 2019, about 27.5% of the farmers were growing the floriculture crops. And also fruit crops also increased. And whereas in case of transition and urban gradients, here we can see that majority of the farmers who are growing cereals were shifted from cereals and pulses to the other fruit crops like floriculture crops and fruit crops. Here we can see that from 12.5% to 43.75% increase was noticed in case of floriculture crops, and in case of fruit crops, only 10% of the transition farmers were growing fruits, but in 2019, about 45%, almost 50% of the sample respondents were growing the fruit crop. Similar trend was seen in case of urban gradient also. Coming to the crop diversification, here during when compared to 2014, in 2019, the extent of increase in gross cropped area was about 53% in rural area and 65% in transition area and 87% in urban area. And similarly, the cropping intensity is also increased by 55% in rural area and 80% in transition area and 108% in urban area. This is mainly because the farmers nowadays, that is in recent years, they have started investing on water and other irrigation structures, and they drilled the bore wells, and they are taking up crops throughout the year. That is, during 2014, what they were doing was they were only taking up crops in the like Kharif season, and other season they kept fallow. But nowadays, because of investment in irrigation structures, they are taking crops throughout the year. That is, in all the season, the crops were right. So cropping intensity is increased. And when you look into the Alpindal index, during 2019, the diversification is more across all the transects when compared to 2014. But when we look into the extent of diversification in 2019, the extent of diversification was more in transition gradient compared to rural and urban gradient. Coming to the source-wise total annual income of farm households across rural-urban interface in north of Bengaluru. Here we can see that the total income was more in urban area, followed by transition and rural areas. Whereas when we look into the farm income was more in rural areas compared to transition and urban areas. This is mainly because the rural farmers mainly dependent on agriculture for their livelihood, whereas the transition and urban farmers are moving on to the non-farm activities and off-farm activities for their livelihood. Because of the urbanization, they are getting good job facilities and also stable income. Because of this, they are moving on to the off-farm and non-farm activities. Hence, in transition and urban gradients, the major share of the income was from the non-farm activities. That is, for about 42% of the share of income to the total income was from non-farm activities in both transition and as well as urban gradients. Coming here, we can see that the average annual farm income of households during 2014 and 19. During when we compare to 2014, the average annual farm income was increased by 192% in rural areas and 111% in transition and 128% in urban areas. The percentage, when you look into the percentage increase is more in rural areas compared to transition and urban, because the rural farmers are mainly dependent on agriculture and they are taking off of agriculture, whereas the transition and urban farmers, they are moving towards non-farm activities.
Uday Kumar, another 3 minutes.
Coming to the drivers of investment across rural-urban interface in north of Bengaluru, here I have adopted Probit regression analysis and the dependent variable, as I told, investment on farming. And here we can see that the variables such as farm income and the borrowed capital are found significant and are positively associated with the investment in farming. With the increase in borrowed capital, the investment also increases, and also if the farm income increases, then the investment in agriculture also increases. Whereas age is significant, but it is negatively associated with the investment in farming. And the dependent dummy variables for the transition and urban also found significant. Here we can see that the average investment is low in urban area. This intercept value will this interpret value will tell us the average investment in rural area, and that is 3,25,000, and the average investment in transition is 3,25,000 plus 2,30,000, that is around 5,50,000, and the average investment in urban area is around 6 lakh. And from this we can see that the average investment per farm is more in urban area, followed by transition and rural farmers. Coming to the conclusion, we are from the study, it was clear that irrigation was a major component of capital formation in the study area, which enabled the farmers to take up commercial and high-value enterprises. This resulted in crop diversification, and also it will increase the farmers' welfare through increased income. Hence, there is a need to increase the awareness on the crop diversification and also scientific cultivation of the high-value horticulture crops like grapes, floriculture crops, etc. And also, it was clear from the Probit regression that farm income and borrowed capital had a strong association with investment in farming. Hence, the farmer should avail financial support from institutions for investing on high-value crops. And investment was more in urban, followed by transition and rural area. Hence, efforts should be made to enhance the investment in rural areas to retain youth in agriculture. And one more, from the study, it was clear that Alpindal index and change in income provided evidence on the role of capital injection on crop diversification and farm income. Hence, crop diversification need to be emphasized, and we need to give more awareness on this crop diversification and scientific cultivation of high-value horticulture crops. Thank you.
Thank you, Uday Kumar. Now I invite the experts to give your opinion now.
Thank you.
Uday Kumar, have you selected purposely the farmers who are growing horticulture crops?
No, ma'am. Randomly, I was selected. Among them, these are the percentage of the farmers who are growing horticulture crops.
No. Okay. No, in entire sample, all of them are not going horticulture crops.
No, ma'am. All of them are not going, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, here we can see that in rural area, horticulture crops were grown, about 33.75% of the farmers growing fruit crops, and in transition 45%, and in urban 52%. Ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, next question from the experts.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Uday Kumar, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
One question is that why this the horticultural crops is more in urban area compared to rural?
Yes, sir. Because of the urban area is near to urban areas, and also they have better marketing facilities and transportation facilities are good in urban areas compared to the rural and transition regions. So therefore, they are moving on to this horticulture crops, and also they are getting more returns. They are since the farmers are selling the land, and they are the investment, whatever the amount they get from selling their land and also from non-farm income, etc., they are investing on these horticulture crops.
So this also goes with the increase in the population of city, that is in Bangalore.
Yes, sir.
That's demand for the high value crops.
They are selling directly to the apartments, sir. Most of the farmers, they are selling their grapes directly to the apartments, sir. Direct marketing also taking place.
Okay. Direct marketing is there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your the methodology is also good. You use this credit model, and then Herbidum, that means Herbidum index. That is this one.
Yes, sir.
And then your results are also very nice.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, madam.
Madam, please.
Regarding selection of the subjects, samples from among farmers, have you taken into consideration the small farmers, medium and large farmers?
Yes, ma'am. In my sample.
Because what I feel is when it is closer to transition urban, it is the large farmers who are growing fruits and vegetables. Small farmers, I don't think they have shifted over so much. If they've shifted over to horticulture, particularly what you have mentioned, then their food security itself will be damaged. Have you documented such issues?
Yes, ma'am. My study is also related to food security, ma'am. I have one more objective related to food security, but I am not presenting that in this presentation.
Okay.
I will also working out the food security, ma'am. But as you told, the small farmers are not taking up of horticulture crops. This is not
because
study. Few farmers, those who are having even like 30 guntas, 20 guntas of land, they are also taking up the floriculture crops. They almost left the cereal-based cropping system, and they are moving to this floriculture and horticulture crops, ma'am.
Yeah, you mentioned that that has endorsed the economic benefit. I do agree, but has it endorsed their the economy to meet their food requirements of the family?
Yeah, this is both the way, ma'am, because if the income is increased, then they can purchase and they can ensure the food security also. This is one way, but when we look into the other way, it is reverse, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, there
thank
are
you.
questions, Uday Kumar. I think Ganesh Murthy will read out the questions. Shall I ask?
Okay. Urban area investment on water resources is mainly for irrigation purpose, or could it be for selling water?
No, sir, not for selling water. It is for the production.
Okay, the other queries are millet crops were not considered for your study. Why?
Because millets are gaining, almost from 2012 onwards, millets have gained a lot of importance and there is a very good market. So I think it would be better to would have considered millet crops. Why you have not considered them?
No, ma'am. Like I have collected from the farmers that what are the crops they are growing, ma'am. But none of the farmers, that is in 240 sample respondents, none of the farmers were growing millets other than the ragi, ma'am. Few are growing ragi, maize, like few cereal crops, but other millet crops, none of the farmers were growing, ma'am.
Okay, coming to the last one, another one. Yeah, there is no much difference. Inference could be drawn from the urban areas, since farming is merely existing as compared to the rural areas.
Yes. Not like that, sir, but in urban areas, as I told you, in rural areas, what is happening is they are moving from cereals to vegetables and the floriculture crops. But in urban areas, what is happening is they are almost shifting from cereals to the horticulture, high value horticulture crops. Even they are shifting from vegetables to horticulture crops like grapes and also. This is the major thing. And also one more thing is they are taking up commercial land cultivation in transition gradients compared to the rural areas. In rural areas, none of the farmers have taken up the commercial land and all. Because of this airport and all, nowadays the farmers are going for the commercial land cultivation in transition gradients and urban.
Okay. Coming to the last question, how investments and crop diversity are interrelated?
Sorry, as I told, I have considered investment data from 2014 to 2019, sir. The farmers invested on the water resource and irrigation structures, and they took up more crops like throughout positively related.
Yeah, I have one question, Uday Kumar. Have you recorded any information on impact of transition on standard of living and healthcare costs?
Ma'am, healthcare costs I have not considered, but I have considered the expenditure on health. Just I asked the amount, what is the monthly expenditure or yearly expenditure, but I have not included in these things, ma'am. Maybe while running any regressions and all, I can include that also.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
With
much.
this, we can conclude your presentation now. So we'll move on to the last presentation scheduled for today, or this total
Social
science week. So that is from
Asha.
From Department of Agriculture Extension. She is going to present the paper on development of scale to measure the entrepreneurial behavior of women dairy farmers. So I welcome on behalf of everyone. Asha, are you there?
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can share it now. Now it's open for sharing.
Okay, sir.
Bariya.
Sir.
It's coming up. Share it again. It's coming up. Black screen now.
Sir, I have shared the screen.
Yeah, probably just press B. Probably it's a black screen. Is black.
Unpin.
Sir, is it coming now, sir?
Yeah.
It's coming.
Can I start, sir?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, respected professors and my dear friends. I welcome you all for my Science Week presentation. And my chairperson of advisory committee is Dr. K. Narayan Gowda, sir. I'm Asha, third PhD student from Department of Agricultural Extension.
Your methodology, of course, sir, your methodology is nice. Nice, and result also came nicely.
Okay, then the classmates.
Please continue.
Sir, slide is not moving.
Shall I just use the keyboard? Then it will be moving.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Using the keyboard, you can move it. Just click on the arrow, right arrow.
Okay. The title of my presentation is Development of a Scale to Measure the Entrepreneurial Behavior of Women Dairy Farmers. Now let us start with a quote by Swaminathan. That is, historians believe that it was women who first started growing crops and domesticating animals and thereby initiated the art and science of farming. It is so beautifully quoted and told us the importance of women in both agriculture and animal husbandry fields where women plays major role. Now, coming to introduction, that is, India is the largest milk producer in the world with a share of the global total global output. where thereby dairy industry is the major secondary income generating activity in India. And Karnataka Cooperative Milk Producers Federation Limited, that is KMF, is the second largest dairy cooperative amongst the dairy cooperatives in the country, where Anand stands first. And in South India, KMF stands first in terms of procurement as well as sales of milk and its products. Thereby, dairying is an important means of livelihood to millions of rural families, which provides gainful employment for the family members and specifically for the women. And the dairy enterprise ensures not only economic support, but also nutritional security for the children and other family members. And majority of the activities in dairy are performed by women, where women take up the roles of managing, organizing, and coordinating almost all the activities of dairying, like calf rearing, fodder collection, feeding, watering, cattle shed cleaning, washing the animals, grazing the animals, milking, product making, storing and marketing, healthcare management, and also attending extension activity. In majority of the cases, women alone carries all these activities, and in few cases, the help of family members is also taken. Increasing demand for milk and milk products in recent years intensifies dairy farming as profitable enterprise for women. And further, in the recent past, we know that women dairy cooperative societies are also gaining importance and are increasing in number and are being established in big numbers. With this brief introduction, the objective of this presentation is to develop a scale to measure the entrepreneurial behavior of women dairy farmers. The entrepreneurial behavior of women dairy farmers is operationally defined as the combination of different attributes like innovativeness, achievement motivation, economic motivation, technical competency, decision-making ability, risk-bearing ability, information-seeking behavior, leadership ability, management orientation, and self-confidence of an individual dairy entrepreneur to operate her dairy enterprise successfully. Now, coming to the scale to measure the entrepreneurial behavior of women dairy farmers. The method suggested by Likert and Edwards in developing summated rating scale was followed in the construction of the entrepreneurial behavior scale, which involves 6 stages. That is identification of dimensions, collection of items or statements, relevancy analysis, item analysis, reliability, validity. Coming to the first step, that is identification of dimensions. In this first step of construction of entrepreneurial behavior scale, the identification of dimensions pertaining to entrepreneurial behavior, about 26 dimensions related to entrepreneurial behavior were identified based on the review of literature and discussion with the experts. And these 26 dimensions were mailed to 100 experts in the field of agricultural extension, economics, animal husbandry to evaluate the relevancy of each dimension on 5-point continuum. That is most relevant, relevant, somewhat relevant, less relevant, and not relevant. And a total of 58 judges have written the questionnaires, and I have considered the questionnaires duly filled by 50 judges. And from that, the relevancy percentage and mean relevancy score were worked out for all the 26 dimensions identified. Accordingly, the relevancy percentage of equal and more than 85% and mean relevancy score of equal and more than 4.25 were only those dimensions were considered for inclusion in the items or statements. Thus, 10 dimensions were retained, and those 10 dimensions which were retained for the construction of the scale are innovativeness, achievement motivation, economic motivation, technical competency, decision-making ability, risk-bearing ability, information-seeking behavior, leadership ability, management orientation, and self-confidence. Next, coming to second step, that is collection of items or statements. A large number of draft statements on each dimension of entrepreneurial behavior of women dairy farmers were collected based on the review of literature and discussion with the concerned specialists. And these 81 statements were carefully edited in the light of 14 criteria suggested by Edwards and Thurston, revised and restructured to avoid ambiguity and duplication. Coming to third step, that is relevancy analysis. These 81 statements were mailed to 250 experts in the agricultural extension, animal husbandry, and veterinary sciences field working in different institutions to critically evaluate the relevancy of each statement on 5-point continuum, like most relevant, relevant, somewhat relevant, less relevant, and not relevant, with the scores of 4, 3, 2, 1 respectively for positive statements and reverse for the negative statements. A total of 63 judges have written the questionnaires, and 60 questionnaires were considered for further processing. And from the data gathered, the relevancy percentage and mean relevancy scores were worked out for all the 81 statements using this following formula. Accordingly, the statements having the relevancy percentage of equivalent more than 70% and mean relevancy score of equivalent more than 2.11 were considered for inclusion in item analysis. Thus, 62 statements were retained out of the 81 statements, and these statements were considered for further processing and suitably modified as per the comments of experts wherever applicable. Next, coming to the fourth step, that is item analysis. To delineate the statements based on the extent to which they can differentiate the statements about entrepreneurial behavior scale, item analysis was carried out on the statements selected in the first stage. So 30 women dairy farmers were selected from non-sample areas, and the respondents were asked to indicate their agreement with each of the statements on 5-point continuum of strongly agree, agree, undecided, disagree, and strongly disagree. The scoring pattern adopted was 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0 for positive statements, and in case of negative statements, the scoring pattern was reversed. Based on the total scores, the respondents were arranged in descending order, and the top 25% of the respondents with their total scores were considered as high group and the bottom 25% as low group. And these two groups provided criterion groups in terms of evaluating the individual statements suggested by Edwards. And for each of the statements, T value was calculated using this formula. And after computing the T value for all the 62 statements, those statements with the T value equal and greater than 2.145 were finally selected and included in the entrepreneurial behavior scale. Thus, 56 statements were selected out of 62 statements, and these 56 statements were significant at 5% level. Next, coming to the fifth step, that is reliability of the scale developed. The split half method developed by Brown Professor was employed to study the reliability of the tool, and the reliability coefficient of the tool was found to be 0.951, which is higher than the standard of 0.70, indicating that the constructed entrepreneurial behavior scale is highly reliable and dependable in its measurement. Next, coming to the final step, that is validity of the scale. The data was subjected to statistical validity, and it was found to be 0.975 for the entrepreneur behavior scale, which is higher than the standard of 0.70. Hence, the validity coefficient was found to be high, and it seemed reasonable to accept the scale as a valid measure of the entrepreneurial behavior of women dairy farmers. Now, coming to administering the scale. The final scale now consists of 56 statements, including the negative statements. And the responses can be collected on 5-point continuum from the respondents on strongly agree, agree, undecided, disagree, and strongly disagree, with the scores 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0 respectively for positive statements, and the scoring will be reversed for negative statements. Now, we'll come to the overall entrepreneurial behavior of women dairy farmers. This is the data based on the non-sample area study, where 30 women dairy farmers were selected. According to that, about 66% of women dairy farmers had medium level of entrepreneurial behavior, and 20% had high entrepreneurial behavior, and only 13% belonged to low category. So we can summarize that majority of the respondents had medium to high level of entrepreneurial behavior. Now let us look at the statements which are considered for the final entrepreneurial behavior of women dairy farmers scale. These are the statements which can be used to measure the entrepreneurial behavior of women dairy farmers, and the scale is constructed under 10 dimensions. Under the first dimension is innovativeness. It has 5 statements. And achievement motivation, it has 3 statements. One is positive and 2 are the negative statements. And economic motivation has 5 statements. Under technical competency, there are 13 statements, out of which 2 statements are on breeding and 2 statements on feeding, 4 statements on healthcare, 2 statements on record maintenance, and 2 statements on miscellaneous management. The decision-making ability has 5 statements, and risk-bearing ability also has 4 statements. And then coming to information-seeking behavior. Hello. Information-seeking behavior, here I have covered all formal and informal sources and also traditional and ICT tools for information collecting. And next, coming to leadership ability, it has 5 statements, out of which 3 statements are positive and 2 statements are negative. And management orientation has 5 statements, and self-confidence has 4 statements in total. Thank you, one and all.
Okay, thank you, Asha. Now I invite the experts to give the opinion on the presentation.
Okay, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Shiblila. I'm Shiblila here. Was there an impact on income? Was the impact on income was based on their entrepreneurial behavior? Could you find out that?
Ma'am, sorry.
Whether entrepreneurial behavior had an impact on income from dairy farming?
Yes, ma'am. Actually,
which level was best then? L more.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually here in this presentation, I have covered only on scale development. But in my other objective
categories, no, low, medium, and high.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Which level has shown the highest income from dairy farming? High or medium or low? Because I found that the data was endorsing medium.
Yes, majority of women belong to medium category of entrepreneurial behavior.
Yeah, which had shown higher income.
Yes.
Because of the numbers, may not be because of the behavior of the product person.
Yes.
So you should have shown that income. I'm sure high H would have shown higher income.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then one small suggestion. I wish you had even taken up 30. Whatever is the number of subjects, at least one third of men dairy farmers entrepreneurial behavior. If not done, at least give it as a suggestion so that you can prove who would be more successful.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, my study is purely on women dairy cooperative societies.
I know. That's why you can suggest for future under future concept. It is ideal to do comparative.
Okay, ma'am.
We can be stronger.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, Dr. Anand.
Yes, sir.
I am having the questions. You are well presented this topic, and
Thank
now
you.
I want to, because it is a women dairy enterprises.
Yes.
So, what is the percentage of women engaged in dairy farming?
Percentage of total women, sir?
Yeah, the total dairy enterprises is there. In that, how much enterprises are engaged by the women?
Sir, actually almost all the dairy enterprises or dairying activities are carried out by women, sir. Majority of activities are carried out by women only.
Women only?
Yes, sir. In some cases, like supplying of milk to the society, like that, only few activities are shared by men also.
Majority are women.
Yes, sir. Majority.
That means you are empowering the women. That is
yes,
in the enterprise activity.
Yes.
And then, what is the income they have earned compared to the agriculture, the dairy farm?
Sir, according to my research and my data collection, what I have come across, income from dairy industry is more than the income from their male occupation, that is agriculture.
So you have mentioned again that there is a improvement in the health by consuming this milk.
Yes.
Milk industry.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So,
economic dairy sector is supporting, especially the women of our society, both economically and also nutritional security is also supported.
But in case of small and marginal farms,
yes,
the entire milk is sold or given to the dairy.
Yes, yes,
instead
sir.
of feeding their children, as we observed in the RAVA program. Huh?
Yes, sir.
So how you say that it is a nutrition implement to the health of the rural?
Sir, if they are rearing crossbred or jersey like varieties, they will be getting more wings, so they will save some milk for home consumption, sir. Especially if children or old people are there, they will keep for themselves, and then they will supply only remaining milk to the society. If the farmers are having the indigenous, that nati variety and all, they don't prefer to supply that milk to society, sir.
Only the kept they will give to the society.
Yeah, yes, sir. They are willing and they are happy that they are consuming the milk for their own purpose, their own consumption.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Asha, good presentation, but I think you should have included one table where you have shown the administration, the result of the administration of this scale.
Oh, okay, ma'am.
So that your presentation would have been complete.
Okay, ma'am.
So by administering this scale, so what is the result you have got? How many are low and have low entrepreneurship behavior? Or if you can remember, you can tell.
Ma'am, in my other objective, I mean, after administering, majority of the respondents again belong to medium category of entrepreneurial behavior, ma'am.
Okay. See, even though you take one objective, when you present something, it should look like complete. So you should have put one table where you have administered your skill.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We will take a few questions from chat box.
Yes,
ma'am. One query. There is one query from.
Yes, sir.
Women carry out all the activities related to dairy enterprise.
Yes, sir.
To what extent do they have a say in decision relating to income from and expenditure on the enterprise? Are they empowered?
Okay, sir. According to my observations, related to income and expenditure, I think only 50% of the women are fully independent, sir, especially in monetary decisions. In other more than 50% are dependent on the male members of the family. It may be either father or husband.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. With this, we can conclude this presentation. And I invite Nitishri Madam to wrap up the session, today's session. I invite our expert, Dr. Nitishri Ma'am, to wrap up today's session. Madam, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. It was a nice session. Good presentation by all the students, and the topics selected are also relevant for the need of the day. But my one suggestion is what I gave to the last presenter, that is Asha. Even though you present one objective of your study, you should see that whatever you present, we should have a completeness in the presentation. So whatever small queries, maybe you may not be able to tell your thesis completely here, but whatever one objective you explain here, what is the effect of it, that at least the result should be there in your presentation. Nice work from the coordinators. You did a good job by coordinating very well, and even the students, we should appreciate them. Even in this pandemic, they are able to complete their work and they are able to do a good presentation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, ma'am. With this, we are completing the 3 days of Science Week presentation from the social sciences and others. Now it's my turn to formally propose vote of thanks to all the participants.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. So the 3 day sessions was having 19 presentation from 3 departments. First day we had 6 presentations, followed by second day 7 presentations. And then today we had 6 presentations. So it was a marathon session of 19 presentations altogether. So I thank all the presenters who made their efforts to present their results with the participants. And also I thank all the participants. So in all the days, almost ranging from 50 to 65 participants were there in each of the sessions. So I thank all the participants, those who joined the session and given their inputs to the presenters to refine their findings. Now I also thank our university HODs and also the head of the departments of all the departments who has joined the session. And also I thank our university officials, especially Dean PGS, for joining today's session, and also all the arrangements they have provided us to hold the session. And finally, the experts, 3 experts, Dr. Anand sir, Dr. Shivlila ma'am and Dr. Nitishi ma'am, for taking all the pains to all the 3 days continuously for giving the presentation and giving valuable inputs for each one of them. And I thank all the 3 experts of our session very much. Thank you to all of you, ma'am, madam, sir, experts, and also all the people. I thank once again on behalf of the university and on behalf of the session. I thank our madam, Dr. Usha Ravindra madam, who has joined us in helping us in successfully conducting the sessions in a grand manner. Thank you one and all. Now I request our experts to remain there, and others can just for 5 minutes from the experts, and the rest of all the participants. I thank once again for joining, and you can take a break now.
Thank you, Ganesh Murthy, for nice coordination with me, and I thank one and all for their active participation. So they can take a break, and we experts kindly spare with us just 5 minutes. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you. Coordinators, wonderful job. I attended most part of the deliberations in social science. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
Catch you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. With this, we are closing the session now. Just a minute. Okay, I request the participants, you can take a break. I can thank you all for joining for the last 3 days. Now we will.
Let us meet on the Zoom meeting tomorrow by 2 o'clock.
For the valedictory section.
Session. Okay. We expect more participants from social science group also.
Okay, the announcement of the winners of the 2 winners from this session will be announced in the valedictory session. So the streaming will be there tomorrow also for all this valedictory session and also the morning's plenary session. The links will be given shortly. Okay, so still there are some more people out there.
How many? 30 are there.
30 are there.
I think we can talk later. The participants are there.
So I request let me close the session and then restart again. Please, the experts, I request the experts to join back immediately.
Okay.
Please join back. The experts, I request to join back immediately. I am ending the meeting, but immediately restarting.